They are going to be the hosts. Where we have concluded with this conversation or discussion table for national and international public policies discussion. Thank you very
Perdón,
much.
el doctor Javier
And
Carrión,
also Dr. Javier
a
Carrion,
quien, por cierto, le tengo
who,
aprecio
of course,
especial.
I
Muchas gracias,
appreciate.
doctor. Adelante.
I would like to know if we can make
Una
a
pregunta,
reflection, maybe a
sí,
question,
le
brief
ruego.
question.
Va.
But first, the reflection. I have liked in general all the presentations. However, I don't know, like there is two visions. There are two visions. One is the mediatic and the other one the academic, translated into publications and journals particularly. So I would like to pay my attention more to this rather than the mediatic matter. Mediatic matter is so brutal that I won't be able to diminish it. In particular, for example, our colleagues who were talking from the El Salvador Republic, they do present this with immigrants. So I'm asking, what about the policies of Mr. Bukele, who is the president of that country, who has thousands and thousands of maras violating all the rights, the human rights? What's going on with them? Where is the social work? That is a reflection. On the other hand, I will like to ask the two colleagues from Texas, from the Rio, what's going on with the with Mr. Governor Greg Abbott? That's sequestering thousands and thousands of immigrants with children, accompanied, of course, because I haven't seen any unaccompanied child. This is all mediatic because I haven't seen reflection or criticism in the academia. And he is sending them to Washington in buses so Mr. President can see what's going on in Texas. I mean, this I don't understand, or I'm just here reflecting on this is a calamity, to be honest. The third and last reflection is about the Mexican Institute of Immigration. We are talking about the safe corridor, but you are not talking about this is a third country that I mean, I haven't been ever seen the agreement. Mexico is a third country, but we have people coming from El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Cuba, Venezuela. I don't know. But I mean, they are not going to allow them in and they are rejecting them. And Mexico is the one who takes them in. So this is a question that cannot be diminished or ignored, and social work has to be there for this and many other things. Thank you for your
Gracias a
attention.
usted, doctor. Bueno, esto les ruego a la
Well,
siguiente mesa nos den un pequeño
please,
espacio
I kindly ask
para que se le dé
for
su lugar a
the
las
next
preguntas.
table
El doctor ha tenido bien.
uh,
¿Hay alguien
to
más que
hold
quiera
just
hacer
a little
alguna
bit
pregunta
so
aprovechando
we
el
can have the
compás?
time.
Por
Does
favor, de
anyone
manera muy breve.
have any question? If you could please make a
Si
brief.
quiere, venga aquí. Aquí
If you
estamos.
want, you can step aside in
Ahí
the
lo
front.
tiene.
Oh, do you have a microphone? You have one.
Por favor, en lo que van preparando
Please.
sus respuestas breves, por favor, también.
Meanwhile, you can prepare your question. I'm Christopher. The interpreter is having issues with the audio. The participant is not using properly the microphone. As soon
Muy
as
bien,
the
muchas gracias. Perdón.
again the participant is not using a microphone, we apologize for the
No
inconvenience.
termine, por favor, de preguntar.
Please finish your
Por favor,
question,
termine.
please.
Bueno,
Very well.
esta es mi pregunta.
This is my question because I was thinking about this, and
Porque aquí en trabajo y justamente también en
because here in social work and in Mexico, there's an issue regarding
es que en otras escuelas está
food.
implementado un programa
Other schools, they're implementing a
que
program
justamente
that
da comida mucho más barata.
they are
Y
subsidizing,
ese es un problema
actually
también
are
que,
providing food, cheaper
pues,
food.
el 50% básicamente de
50%
pasaje
basically,
de la beca de
we use funds
alimentación
for
no alcanza.
transportation, but
Como trabajo
meals,
intervenido, ¿no?
scholarship, it's not enough.
que no in- logra- no
The interpreter
empezamos
apologizes.
nosotros
The
por nuestra
audience members
comodidad
having issues with the audio.
nos estamos cuidando, tratando de ir hacia una utopía, porque con respecto a eso,
Why
para
don't we work
bajar,
on
digamos, los
this
precios que
first?
tenemos
Let's say to
dentro de los
lower down the
establecimientos
prices
privados,
of the meals that are being offered at
porque
the
pues en las
school,
escuelas pues se da un
because in other
costo de
schools
10
they're
pesos
being subsidized, say
o
10 pesos
medio dólar,
or half a
y
dollar, 50
aquí no
cents.
lo estamos aplicando.
And this is not
Entonces,
being
esa
applied
es mi
here. So
pregunta.
this is my
Si se
question.
considera violencia, pues, ¿por qué
If
no lo
this is
aplicamos
considered
nosotros?
violence, well,
De
why are we are not
trabajo social,
applying this
empezamos
here in social
desde
work?
nuestra casa,
Why not
lo
start
que consideramos
from
nuestro
home?
hogar.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguien
Thank you.
más?
Oh,
Sí,
anyone
por favor.
else? Yes, please.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Yes,
Primeramente,
thank you. Well,
agradecer
first of
las
all, I'd like to
ponencias. La
thank
verdad es que
your
no muchas
presentations.
veces tenemos
You
la
know, not that
oportunidad
many
de
times we have the
analizar un
opportunities to
fenómeno
analyze a
desde
phenomena
diferentes perspectivas
from different
internacionales,
international
en este caso
perspectives, in this
regionalmente.
case, in a
Y
regional
mi
level.
pregunta va
So my
dirigida
question is addressed
especialmente hacia
particularly to
la doctora y a la maestra que nos acompañan
the
desde la
doctor
Universidad de
and the
Texas.
professor, those
La
from
verdad me
the
gustaría
UTRGV.
mucho qué
I would
opinan
like
sobre
to
la
ask you,
pregunta que
what do you think
hizo
about the question that,
el
oh, I
doctor
forgot my
Pérez
name,
Bravo
Dr. Perez
sobre
Bravo,
las
about
implicaciones
the
políticas
political
de la red humanitaria
implications
en
of a
México,
humanitarian corridor
esto teniendo
in
en
Mexico,
cuenta los
particularly
derechos humanos y la protección
considering
a las
human
minorías.
rights and the protection to minors.
Muchas
Thank
gracias.
you.
Cerramos
Okay,
entonces.
so
¿Algún
we
más?
close the floor for the questions. Anyone else?
Por favor.
Oh,
Por favor. Sí.
please, by all means. Yes, here, please.
Buenos, ay, sí. Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Good
Ay,
morning. Can you
Ahí
hear
sí.
me? There you go.
mi
It
pregunta
works.
es
Well,
para
my
las
question
personas
is for the surveys that were conducted
respecto a
to
su
migrants
algunos no
regarding,
querían ser
well,
y
some of
querían
them were
responder un poco.
reluctant to answer
Claro
the
que sí, se le va a
surveys.
dar
I would
audio a
like
su
to know
respuesta. Muchas
why.
gracias.
Sure, we
Muy
will
bien.
provide an answer
Vamos
for that very well.
entonces con la
So
pregunta,
let's start
las preguntas
with
que nos hizo
the
a bien formular el
questions
doctor Javier
that
Carón, por
Dr.
cierto, muy
Javier,
afectuosamente a su esposa. Muchas gracias por
please
acompañarnos.
share my greetings to your wife and
Muchas
thank you
gracias.
for being here.
Adelante, por favor.
So
¿Quién toma
please,
la palabra
who
primero
would like to
respecto a lo que planteó el doctor
answer the
Javier?
question to Dr. Carrion?
Adelante.
Política, él tenía, bueno, lo que nos
Well,
preguntó fue sobre
the
si
question was regarding the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott.
no somos muy,
We are not,
hay mucho
um,
movimiento en
there's a lot of
Texas,
movement in
en las dos
Texas,
posiciones,
in the two
porque
different positions, of
estamos en
course,
un
because we are in an
ultra
ultra
conservador,
conservative government where it is
algunas políticas
some of the
o
policies
iniciativas
and
no se
initiatives
escuchan.
are
Pero
not being
a
heard.
pesar de eso, hay una
Despite
gran
this fact,
presencia de
there is a great
advocacy,
presence of advocacy,
La agencia.
de agencia y de promoción de los
of
derechos de
advocacy
niños.
and the
Muchas de nuestras trabajadoras
promotion
sociales están en
of
las
minors.
instituciones
Many of our social
donde
workers are at the
ellos necesitan
institutions where they
responsabilidades,
take children and
pero
they
no
try
podemos
to
controlar lo
generate
que hace el
a little
gobernador.
bit
Lo que sí podemos
of
hacer es
to
involucrar a
have
nuestras
consideration for them.
comunidades, a
But
nuestros
we
colegas
cannot do
en
anything
los
about the
niveles
governor,
educativos
but we can work with the
necesarios.
students
Necesitamos atacar
at the
esos
level
datos,
of the
pero sí
local and
sabemos
state
que esto es una
policies. But
situación
we know that
política
this is a political
opresiva
situation, an
que nos
oppressive
limita en la
situation that
mayoría de las situaciones. No
limits
sé si
us
hubiera
in
alguno de ustedes que
different
conoce más de
scenarios. I don't
política
know
de
if any of those who are
destacar
aware of the
de verdad
state
que lo que
policies
trabajamos
within
en la ruta,
that we
pero
work, if you like to add
sí
something
hay
else.
una
But
presencia de
there
advocacy
is
a
a
través de
presence of
muchos
an
miembros
action, of course,
tanto a la Association
through
of
the
Social
National
Workers,
Association
la
of Social Work,
organización que
which is the
nosotros tenemos a
association that
nivel
we
estatal
have at the
y a
state
nivel
level
nacional,
and also at the
que
national
sí son
level. So
políticas públicas.
we,
Claro,
of course,
se
these are
necesitaría
criticized
tenerlo
policies.
así,
And of
no
course,
bastaría solamente los
it's not a
gobernadores.
task that it
En este
only
momento
entails social
tenemos la
workers.
prioridad de estar
Right
seguros
now,
de que
we have
por
the
lo menos
priority that
esos
at
niños,
least
esas
we
situaciones
have to make sure that
debajo de
those
los niños una lista de
children have
seguridad
at
y ese
least a
reconocimiento.
safety
Porque a
net.
pesar de que estamos a
Because despite that we are
millas, casi
6
no lo vemos del
miles
lado de Estados Unidos, casi no lo vemos, ¿verdad?
from the border,
Entonces es como
we don't see
tenemos
that. So
esa
that's how
presencia, esa
we
prioridad
try to
y
highlight
hacer más
that
consciente a la
reality to
ciudadanía.
make it more visible
Eso
to the
creo que es
citizens. Sandra, would you like to add something else?
Muchas
No.
gracias, doctora
Thank you,
Villegas.
Dr. Villegas,
Y gracias a la maestra,
and
maestra
thank
Horta.
you, Professor
Em,
Horta. I don't know if Jamie Barahona and Tania Gonzalez is here. You heard the question, Jeremy? Is that correct? Barahona? Fortunately, Professor Barahona has I don't know if you heard Dr. Carrion question about El Salvador and the government of your president that you have over there. Unfortunately, we have deficient audio feed. My apologies, we have a terrible sound feed. We're going to try again if you can log back in. Can you hear us? Yes. Can you please try to log in again? Unfortunately, we're not receiving a good audio feed from your end. I think it's much better. Unfortunately, the interpreter apologizes, but we cannot carry out the interpretation unless the audio feed is clear and loud. As soon as they are able to fix the audio feed from Dr. Barahona, we will be able to continue with the interpretation. Please apologize for this inconvenience. Again, apologize for this inconvenience, but the interpretation is receiving a deficient feed from Zoom. I apologize. We still have a deficient feed. We're going to try and log in, uh, and we're going to contact you with Dr. Carrion. But regarding the topic of Texas, again, we're going to go back with Dr. Villegas, please. The question, well, I was going to answer the question that was made about what is needed to the safe corridor. One of the things that I'm thinking is that we cannot have a corridor, safe corridor, if we don't dismantle the illicit economy that is exploiting those who migrate. If we don't work to tackle organized crime, we're not never going to have a safe corridor. There's a question that also that mentioned many of the governments, and please, I'm not talking about the population, I'm talking about the governments. They receive a huge amount of money of remittance. So there's a huge conflict of interest. How are we going to participate and what is going to be our role to make sure that these countries can generate income in a way that the people do not have the need to migrate to other countries? Thank you, Dr. Villegas. Professor Bravo, Perez Bravo? Yes, 20 seconds. Yeah, National Council. Well, of course, we are part of NGOs, academic people, migrant shelters. We have some sort of consultative councils. And we have worked on the MPP program, Remain in Mexico program. We are against that Mexico has accepted to receive 30,000 migrants per month. The National Migration Institute mentioned that is not under their jurisdiction. It was under the Foreign Affairs. Foreign Affairs told us that they had not accepted the MPP program. Unfortunately, the migrants are there, the people are there. So we said, well, this is an attempt against the sovereign state of Mexico because this is a violation to the right of asylum, the right to refugee status. But we have manifested this. But yes, we have said something about when people actually travel more than 5,000 kilometers and they reach their target and they are unable to enter because the door is shut down. And if they're placed in shelters, sometimes on the street, to give to give them a instrument of measure becomes a distraction. I would like to mention that I did not apply this instrument directly. It was self-applied that in order to enter these shelters, you need to uh, take a couple of it's a process to go into those shelters, and we had to ask the same migrants if they were kind enough to apply these instruments. We were able to take 50 additional instruments to replace those, because usually when people are not don't want to answer, they usually answer two, three items, and we get an incomplete sample. So we didn't have any issues on that, but that situation was able to benefit us, maybe because they didn't know what else to do, and maybe they had another opportunity to do something else. So I think in this case, the by generating an instrument with questions that are adequate to them, that they can relate to these questions, so that way we can obtain a more honest answer from them.
Sí, adelante.
There was a student who answered about the rights, if it was a violation on the human rights, the fact that they don't have access to food. And I would like to say that United Nations establishes clearly 17 specific goals for humanity that has to be adhered and should be adhered to human rights. And one of those is the access is to eradicate hunger and poverty. So yes, there are international policies, but I don't know how they apply it here.
Dijo la doctora que una cosa es la política y otra
One
cosa
thing
es la
is
realidad.
the
Ojalá, en
politics,
efecto,
and the other one, or
estos
policies,
procesos
and the other
incluso de
thing
orfandad
is a different
social,
thing is
lo
reality.
que implica,
And
en el
there is
fondo,
this
tal vez
process
la
of
pregunta que usted,
social orphans,
¿no?
and I
Que tal
believe
vez
it
algunas
implies the
instituciones
sense of your question.
toman su
And
lugar,
some
implica
institutions
ese
are
acompañamiento,
applying
¿no?
this, but it
Que ustedes
implies
sepan
it
lo que está
it
pasando, que se
involves
puedan
what you're
modificar
saying,
las
that the fact
reglas,
that
que se
that you know what's
implemente esta
going on, why
satisfacción
it's
de
going on,
respuesta
that
a la
rules have to
altura del
be applied,
desafío
and we have to
humanitario que
be a
ustedes
better
enfrentan.
response
Muchas gracias.
on
Nos vemos
this
entonces
challenge,
en la
humanitarian
próxima
challenge that you just
mesa.
mentioned.
Agradecemos
So
un
thank you
aplauso
very
final a
much,
nuestros
and
ponentes.
we're gonna give a round of applause to our presenters and also the ones who were connected. Thank you very much.
Doctor
Thank you
Pedro,
very
por
much,
su
Dr. Pedro, for
maravillosa
your
moderación.
wonderful moderation.
Estamos
And
retrasados de
we are
tiempo.
a little bit
Invitar
behind
a la
on time, but
doctora
I'm going to
Reina
invite
Alicia
Dr.
Arriaga
Reina
Bueno,
Alicia Arriaga
magistrado,
Bueno to come
magistrado,
to the
así como
presentation.
también a la doctora
And
Ana,
also
Ana Ruth González,
Dr.
que
Rana Ruth
también va a ser la
Gonzalez, who
siguiente
is also
ponente
going to be the
en
next
el tema
presenter
del eje 2,
of Track
derechos
2,
humanos,
Human
civiles, económicos,
Rights,
sociales, culturales y ambientales.
Civil,
Inicia
Economical, Social, Cultural,
este
and
segundo eje
Environmental.
con
It's going to
la
start
moderación.
the second track
Los
with the
siguientes
moderation.
participantes
And the
como
following
Alba González Reyes,
presenters, Alba
Rosa
González
Cobos
Reyes,
Vicencio,
Rosa Cobos
Ana Luz
Vicencio,
Minera
Ana
Castillo,
Luz Minera Castillo,
Francisco Javier
Francisco Javier
Pacomino,
Pacomio,
Jessica Marcela Garay, Alexis,
Jessica Marcela
Linda y
Garay,
Paola Janet,
Alexis,
Virginia
Linda, and
Betancourt
Paola Janet,
van a
Virginia
estar de
Betancourt
manera
are going to be
virtual.
virtually presented virtually.
Adelante, moderadora, tiene la palabra.
Pues buenas
Well,
tardes.
good afternoon.
Vamos a continuar
We are
con,
going to
con
continue
las
with
mesas en esta
the
séptima
tables on
conferencia
the
regional
seventh
de
Regional
trabajo social y
Conference of
migración
Social Work and
de México,
Immigration
los Estados
of
Unidos,
Mexico,
Canadá y
United States,
Centroamérica.
Canada, and
Y
Central
la
America.
mesa que
And the
continúa es la
discussion table that
mesa eje
follows,
2,
it's going to be
derechos
track
humanos,
2, human
civiles,
rights,
económicos,
civil,
sociales, culturales y
economical,
ambientales.
social, cultural, and
Les doy la
environmental.
bienvenida
I
a las
welcome
personas
I
que nos
welcome
acompañan en
the
esta mesa
people who are
y a
present with
nuestros
us here on this
ponentes
table, and also our
virtuales y
presenters who are
presenciales. Les
online
estamos
and
dando
also face to
la
face.
bienvenida.
we
Pues
welcome
bien,
you.
para trabajar en esta mesa estaremos
So, for us
trabajando
to work on this table, we're going to be
con su
focusing
exposición de
on your
8, 10 minutos a lo
presentation of
más
8,
para
10
poder
minutes
cumplir los
tops
tiempos
to be able
que ya nos
to respect
establece
the
la
times that
comisión
were
de esta
established by
conferencia.
the commission of this
Pues,
conference.
¿les parece que empecemos
Would you like us
con
to start
la
with
maestra Alba
Professor
González Reyes y
Alba
Rosa
González
Cobos
Reyes and
Vicencio
Rosa
de la
Cobos
Universidad
Vicencio
Veracruzana,
from
región Poza
the
Rica, México,
University of
que nos
Veracruz,
presentan su
region
trabajo
Poza Rica,
llamado
Tuxpan,
Educación
Mexico,
Integral de la Sexualidad,
as
una
integral
propuesta
education of
desde
sexuality,
acción
a
participativa como
proposal
estrategia
from
ante los riesgos del contagio de VIH en
participative
adolescentes
action
migrantes.
with the strategy before the
Si están aquí,
affronting the
adelante,
risks
maestras.
of contracting via HIV in migrant adolescents. Go ahead, Professor.
Buen día, ¿me
Good
escuchan?
morning. Can you hear me?
Sí, maestra.
Buen día. El día de ayer mandé al
Good
grupo
morning. I
organizador la
sent to the
presentación.
group my presentation
Por
yesterday.
favor, conectarlo.
Si usted la tiene y no la puede
If you
compartir,
have it and
maestra.
can share it, Professor. Yes,
Ah, ok,
please.
me dicen que ya está habilitada.
You have the permission.
Ya se ve, maestra. Adelante.
Los de movilidad cristiana, yo me estoy recién intentando. La
Maestra, estamos teniendo problemas para escuchar su voz.
¿Me escuchan?
Se escucha
Can you
como
hear me?
entrecortado.
Sí, ya. Bueno, voy a empezar. Nos somos el cuerpo académico.
The interpreter is having technical difficulties with the Zoom feed.
Fuerte,
If you
maestra,
can talk a
porque
little bit
lo estamos
loud, Professor, because sometimes we are unable to hear what you're saying.
Sí, sí se escucha.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Estamos trabajando
We are working in mobilities.
No, maestra Alba, la dejamos de escuchar.
Professor Alba, we cannot hear you. The interpreters are having difficulties because of audio issues relaying the message. Give me one moment. Can we continue, moderator, with the next presenter and then go back to
Sí, podría
Professor
ser
Alba in 1 minute?
posible, maestra Alba, que podría ser posible que
Could it be
pasemos a la
possible,
siguiente
Professor Alba,
ponente
to
y posteriormente regresamos con
continue
usted
with the
para
next
ver si
presenter and then
se
we're
puede
gonna go
atender
back
este
to you
problema
to
de
see if
sonido?
we can fix?
¿Me
Oh, I
escuchan
have to
ahora?
switch from
A ver
computers. Can
si
you
le
hear me now?
escuchamos más
Yes,
claro.
we can hear you clearer now.
Muchas
Adelante, maestra.
Bueno, buen día. Como
Well,
decíamos,
good morning. Like I was
nosotros
telling you,
formamos
we
parte del cuerpo
are
académico
part of the
en
faculty
movilidades y vida
in
cotidiana.
mobility and
Nuestra,
daily life.
nuestro trabajo
Our
actualmente está
current work
tratando de
is
iniciar
trying to
un
begin
nuevo proyecto
a new project
en el que estamos
in which
planteando
we
la
are
migración
considering
a la región de Poza
internal
Rica, Tuxpan,
immigration
Veracruz,
on a region in Poza
a
Rica, Tuxpan, Veracruz,
regiones
in
del
Mexico,
país como
to
son Monterrey,
different
Ciudad de México,
regions
Estado de
in the
México,
country like
Baja
Monterrey,
California,
Mexico City,
Jalisco
Baja
y
California,
también hacia
Jalisco,
Estados
and
Unidos,
also to the United
Carolina del
States,
Norte y
Carolina
Texas.
del Norte, and Texas mainly.
En cuanto a la movilidad, nosotros
As for
estamos
the mobility that we are
considerando
considering, Excuse me.
Sí, maestra, adelante. Maestra, ya no la escuchamos.
Professor, we cannot hear you anymore.
Sí, entonces el problema, voy a
So
ser un poco más
the
rápida y
problem,
disculpen
I'm
por
going
el
to be a
problema
little
del
fast
reloj.
and excuse me with the technical
Lo que estamos
problem.
iniciando es
So
un
what we're
proyecto
initiating
para
is a
trabajar con
project
niños y
to work
adolescentes
with children and
en el lugar que
adolescents.
estamos viendo,
This region
la
that we are
región
seeing
norte del estado de
is the
Veracruz.
northern
Aquí,
region of the state of Veracruz.
la, la intención de
And
este
or the
proyecto
intention of this
es
project is
detectar,
to
además, bueno, se
detect,
tiene detectada ya
well, we have detected
la
already
alta
the
incidencia
high
de
incidence
enfermos de VIH.
of
El estado de
HIV
Veracruz
infected
está
people.
en el
The
tercer
state of
lugar
Veracruz is
por
the third
mortandad de
place
VIH
of people dying
para el
from
2021
HIV,
2022.
and that was in 2021,
Está en el tercer
2022.
lugar de
And
casos
also in
en
the third
movilidad a
place
nivel
in
nacional
cases of
con
uh,
problemas
national
ya
level
en última
mobility,
fase del
and these
aislamiento.
problems are
El
on the
problema
last
es
phase of the
que
illness.
la
And the
población
problem is
que
that the
está presentando
population
actualmente
is
en hospitales del norte del
presenting
estado de
currently in
Veracruz tienen
hospitals
edad
on the northern
entre
region
20
of
y
the state of
35
Veracruz.
años de edad.
Their age is between
Si
20 and
contamos
35
con
years.
la ventana
If
del
we are
contagio al
taking into
momento que se
account
presenta la
the
enfermedad,
infection window at the
esto
moment
indica
the
son
illness
10
is
años
presented, it
aproximadamente y
indicates us that they
entonces
have 10 years approximately.
el
And
momento del
then
contagio se dio
at the
entre
moment
los 12 y
of
los 15
infection
años,
happened when
siendo
they
gran
were
parte de
only
niños.
12 and 15, between 12
Otra de
and
las
15 years
cuestiones
of
que
age. They
estamos
were just children when
observando
they
es
got
que
infected.
estas estadísticas que nos
All other
presentan
matters that we or subjects that we are
solamente son los
taking
casos
into account is that
al
in
Hospital Regional de la Ciudad de Costa Rica,
these are
Veracruz,
only the cases detected by the
personas,
Association of
de
Census
acuerdo
in
a un rango de
Mexico.
enfermedad,
So we also have these people who are on the last phase of the illness who didn't know they were infected with HIV. And 80%
son
of
mujeres
this
y
population are men,
están en edad
20% are women,
entre
and they are on the
22 y
same rate of
35
age,
años de edad,
between
con
22
la
and
característica
25
de que ellos
years of
tuvieron
age.
movilidad. Tuvieron
And the
movilidad
difference was that they
hacia
were mobile, they had
Reynosa,
mobility.
tuvieron
They moved
movilidad
to
a la Ciudad de
Reynosa,
México, Estado
to
de
Mexico
México
City,
o
the
incluso
state of
su
Mexico,
retorno en Estados Unidos. La
and
intención,
sometimes they went up
la
to the United
intención que
States.
nosotros
The
tenemos es
impression we
trabajar
have
desde la región
of
con
we want to work from the
adolescentes y
region with
personas
adolescents who are from
cercanas
here
a la ciudad de
and
Costa Rica,
they are
Veracruz. ¿Por
close to
qué?
the city of
Porque
Costa Rica,
son los
Veracruz.
adolescentes de
Why?
zonas
Because
rurales los que
adolescents
tienen
who are from here are
mayor
the ones who
interés
are at
en
higher
irse
with more
para
interest
ya sea como
of
aventura o
starting
también por necesidad.
or
No
going
tienen
to
esta
immigration or
necesidad
a
de
migration adventure.
preocupaciones porque ellos
They can
tienen
see it
la
as an
necesidad de
adventure, the
llevar
migration for
ahí
them is an adventure, or
la
they could have
necesidad
the
sin
necessity of
embargo,
migration. Because some of
mayor
them want
interés
to
en
go as
irse hacia
for
otros
college
estados
studies or something like that, but
por
they are more
cuestión de
interested
tener
on
mayor
moving to different states
remuneración
because they have
económica.
the intention of receiving a higher
También lo
income job.
que estamos considerando
So
entonces
what we are
es
taking
hacer el
into
trabajo
account then
con
is
nuestros
performing
estudiantes
the work
universitarios
with
de
first or
trabajo
university
como
students of social
capacitación
work
en la
and
educación
also
integral de
training
la
in
sexualidad
integral education of
y
sexuality and
como lo rige la UNESCO,
as directed by the UNESCO
como lo rige la UNESCO en el sentido de la educación integral de la sexualidad, con los
and as
principios
directed by the
principales
UNESCO as the education of
de
sexuality with the
género,
where standpoints is gender,
reproductividad, vínculo, ese
reproductivity,
es un punto
link,
importante a considerar para trabajar trabajar con adolescentes.
This is a point that we have to take into
Y
account. It's an important point when working with
se comprueban
adolescents.
ya las estadísticas por si
And
hacen
I'm
alguna
showing the
cuestión de
statistics in case that you are
la
interested
movilidad
in this. Mobility
y la mortalidad. Bien.
and also
Entonces,
mortality,
lo que nosotros también estamos
where we are also
observando
considering or
en toda la región,
observing
hay una
for the
familia
region
cultura del autocuidado.
is
En
there
la parte de
there
educación integral de la sexualidad,
we don't have a lot of
relacional,
like a culture of self-care, and we don't have
somos
enough
la
access to healthcare.
sexualidad más
And
cercana al
there's
pensamiento
also
mágico,
uh,
de tal
la,
manera
a way of
que está
thinking of
rodeado
sexually
de
as a
muchos
magical
mitos, de
thinking.
muchas
It
creencias
is surrounded by
y
many
poca
myths and
información
beliefs and
científicamente
just
correcta.
little information, scientific,
Los jóvenes
appropriate
consideran que
information.
por ser ellos mismos no se van a
And
contagiar, puede
also,
ser a
people
otros,
think that
pero
this situation
hay
cannot
una
happen to
cultura
them.
de
It
la
can happen to other
vergüenza
people, but not them. There's
em,
also the shame
dentro de
culture
la educación sexual, pero
around
también hay
sexual
una cultura de
education,
la culpa y la
but we
vergüenza
also have this
social hacia
shame
las personas que están
culture
contagiadas.
of the
Esto
society
genera
towards people who are
un
infected
silencio,
already. So this
tanto
generator
en la
causes silence.
enfermedad,
They silence or
porque
they don't talk about their
esta
illness
enfermedad se
because
acompaña
this
todavía
illness
de vergüenza
is
y de prejuicio.
is is going back to back with
Entonces, cuando
shame
llegan a los espacios
in such a way
hospitalarios,
that whenever they
estas
go
ciudades,
to the hospital settings in this country,
llegan con
they are
bacterias que se
already
encuentran en
with
cerebro, en pulmón,
opportunistic
pues
bacteria on the
sabemos que ya
brain
están en la última fase.
and also on the stomach, and they are on the last phase
Dar a
of the
nuestros
illness.
estudiantes
I was
es
saying, training of our students,
prepararlos
we want to prepare them
en este estudio de la educación integral de la
on
sexualidad
this
con estos
study
cuatro
of
elementos
education
que
of
la UNESCO
sexuality
nos
with
está
the four
proporcionando.
elements UNESCO is giving to
¿Qué
us.
queremos hacer? Nuestro
And
propósito es
what
impulsar
do
el
we want
sentido
to
de
do?
creatividad,
Our
control y
goal is
esperanza
to
y
support
de
the
y
creative
operacionalización
implementation of this education and
comunicativa
implement also
entre los
strategies of
jóvenes.
communication and trust between
Jóvenes y particularmente
between
jóvenes
youth people or
y,
adolescents, and
claro, también
also
las
talk to the
personas
family
encargadas del
members,
área.
with the doctors, and
Son
with
unas
us, with the
prácticas de
academy.
encuentros
We have to
efectivos
exercise a
en
practice
zonas
of the
para saber desarrollar el
affective
cuerpo
links between
con la
people
búsqueda de
and
soluciones
talking about how your body works and also the options that you have on the health sector related
Estamos
to the
trabajando en
protection
nuestras aulas
before it
con los
happens. We
estudiantes
are
de la
working in a
y
classroom
también
with
en
students
colaboración
in
con
the theory part
con niñas
and
y niños
also on the
adolescentes.
practical part, teaching this
En
to
toda la
girls
educación integral de la sexualidad,
women who are
realizados por los
adolescents.
propios estudiantes
And
universitarios
we are
y
also working
personalidades
on
de la
this
Facultad de
project
Trabajo
initiated
Social
by our own
de la
academic
Universidad
students
Nacional
and
de
also
Migración.
the School of Social Work in this
Como les
region in
comento,
Costa Rica,
pues
and they are
precisamente
the
una
responsible of
guía
this
para
project.
aquellas
And
niñas
we
y
want
niños
to
que
share a
van
guide for boys and
a
girls
presentarse
and
ante las instituciones locales,
share them with the
rurales,
local
para
institution or
tener
rural
con
institution
las
to be
autoridades
able to meet with the
municipales,
authorities, with,
maestros de primaria y
with the
secundaria,
local
para poder
authorities and
aplicar
professors from primary and secondary
este
education to
plan
apply
teórico.
this first
El
pilot
plan
plan
teórico
on
que se
the
está
on the
construyendo, pues está saliendo por los espacios de
theoretical
vida
frame
cotidiana o como
work that
bienes
we're
de la infancia
establishing on these studies
bienes
of
de la
daily life
juventud.
and also on how it
Estos
affects the
textos
children or
teóricos
the childhood
se
for
van a
migrant
unificar
people or
con
children migrant.
el eje rector que nos está
we
pidiendo el
are
Estado de
we are
México
trying to work
con la
along
Agenda
with
2030
this
y la implementación
with
de
the
los
direction that the
protocolos
state of Veracruz is
correspondientes
giving us, and also the strategy
la meta de
Q
lograr
less
igualdad
five
de género,
for
empoderar
the
a las
fact or the
mujeres y a
factor
los
of
niños
gender,
bajo las
and
premisas
also
de derechos humanos,
we want
igualdad
to apply
efectiva
the
y
rights of
discriminación,
the
pero
gender
además
equality because we
sucedió
also see
Estado de Veracruz
the
con la
gender
propuesta
discrimination, but we
en
are
este
also
punto de elaborar
implementing
una
with
agenda
the state of Veracruz
de
another way of
educación
seeing this
sexual
on
integral
this
de las infancias.
school district
Como
2013
metodología,
is
estamos
the
por
comprehensive
medio de la
education
enseñanza
through
participativa,
since childhood.
que es un
Now we
ejercicio
want to
fundamental para el
implement
trabajo
the
social
social participation
y
because in Mexico this
la
is
metodología que nos indica
the
el
main
Centro
standpoint
de la
for social
Sexualidad
work. correct, because we have to work with the organizations of health like UNESCO and OMS. You have 1 minute, teacher.
desde la intervención social
And we also want to do this through social intervention.
eh, las técnicas que vamos a
The,
utilizar
the
son
techniques we
relatos,
are going
historias de
to
vidas, el uso
use,
el uso
like
de
life
fábulas
stories, and also
como
we're gonna tell
tareas
them
y
like
entrevistas para que ellos
stories
mismos
and social
puedan hacer su
interventions,
propia
interviews, and
implementación
this way we can
de la
implement
técnica y al
these
mismo
techniques.
tiempo
And at the same time,
ir llevando el proceso
we're
de
going
observación
to we're
tanto
going
en
to
niños
implement
como en
the process of
adultos.
observation with children, with
Estamos
professors, and with
haciendo
their
la
parents.
etapa, estamos
We are
comenzando
initiating
entre enero y mayo. En
the first
junio
part of
estaremos
this. We're gonna do it in
compartiendo
February,
los
in March, and
instrumentos
May,
de
and then in
investigación
June we're going to
que
be
se
sharing
hacen
the first
evaluar por la Sociedad
investigation
Mexicana de Salud
instruments
Sexual,
that are going to be
Asociación de Salud
evaluated
en la
by
Ciudad de
the
México,
Mexican Organization
de tal
of
manera
Sexual Education. We're
que en
going to
agosto y
work along with
septiembre
other
podamos empezar a hacer
organizations
la
in
parte
such a way that in
de
September we can start
el
the part that
diagnóstico
involves
y podamos
diagnostic in the
empezar a
field,
hacer
and
con
also
las
the
personas que son
advancements
necesarias.
with
Disculpen
people who are
muchísimo
interested.
nuestro atraso
We apologize for the
por
delay
estos equívocos
and for this
tecnológicos. Eso es todo.
technical
Muchas
mistake.
gracias, maestra, muy amable por su
Thank
participación
you,
a las
teacher.
dos
You're very
maestras.
nice for your
Agradecemos mucho.
participation. You professors, we appreciate your participation.
Les voy a pedir, maestras, que no se vayan a desconectar porque
Please,
al final
professors,
estaremos
don't
pidiendo
disconnect, because at the end
participar al
we're going
público con
to
sus
let the
preguntas
public
o
know
comentarios.
and
Muchas gracias.
the
Muchas
public
gracias.
participate with the questions. Thank you for your comment.
Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Pues bien, a continuación tenemos la participación de la maestra Ana Luz Minera Castillo de la Escuela
We
Nacional
now
de
have
Trabajo
Professor
Social
Ana Luz Minera
de la
Castillo from the
UNAM
National School of
y
Social Work at UNAM,
nos presenta su
and she's
trabajo
going to
denominado
share her
Secuelas
work
Psicoemocionales
titled
en la
Psycho-Emotional
Infancia y
Sequels or
Adolescencia de Migrantes
Outcomes
a causa del
from
estrés suscitado por la
youth
pandemia
and
del
minor migrants
COVID-19.
due to
Bienvenida,
the
maestra, y adelante.
confinement
Gracias,
of the
muy buenos días a
COVID-19
todas, a
pandemic.
todos, todes,
Good
todes.
morning. Thank you. Oh,
Felicidades
welcome.
por este magnífico
Congratulations
evento
for
y
this
muchas gracias por la
great event,
invitación y
and
por todo
thank you
el
for the
esfuerzo que hacen
invitation
para
and
que
for
sea
all
un
the
evento de esta
effort
naturaleza. Gracias
that
por promover estos
takes
espacios de
to
diálogo,
organize
de
a
reflexión y de
conference like
difusión de este
this.
tema
Thank you
tan
for
importante de la migración que tiene
promoting
tantos análisis.
a
En este
space
caso yo
so
voy
we
a
can
platicar
exchange ideas. I'm
un
going to
poco en torno a un
share
estudio que
a little
tiene
bit
que
about
ver
a
con
study that I
durante la
conducted
pandemia con niñas, niños y
during the
adolescentes
pandemic with the
en dos
young and
albergues
adolescent
de
migrants in
México.
two shelters here
Pueden
in
compartir
Mexico.
la
I'm
pantalla.
going to share the screen.
Y bueno, voy a tratar de ser lo más
I'm going to
breve
be
posible
as brief
para
as
no tomar mucho
possible
tiempo, pero
to
sí
so
pues
but I do
es
know
una
that
embarradita lo que les voy a compartir
sort just sort of
para
the
fines de
the
explicación, ¿no?
frosting of the cake
Bueno,
that I'm going to share with you
en esta
today.
etapa tan
But
horrible
in
que
this
vivimos, ¿no? De la
horrible
crisis principalmente
crisis
entre
level that
2020 y
we
2021,
uh,
pues estas medidas sanitarias
endured
represivas
in the
que
recent years of
obligaron
this
al encierro
health
obviamente
measures
generaron
that
una serie
led to confinement
consecuencias
obviously
que todavía
caused
no podemos
many consequences
dimensionar,
that are
como la manera de
still
advertir
unable to dimension at
el
the
deterioro y
academic
problemas que
level,
esto va a traer
the
para las
problem,
niñas
the
después
issue that
de
is
esta
going to
primera
cause
etapa
to
de
the
educación, ¿no?
infancy.
Esto lo iremos
You
viendo
were
porque con el
just
paso
starting
de
their
los años
education. We're going to
todavía no
see
podemos
this in
decir que
the
ya
upcoming
hemos.
years. We cannot tell. The interpreter would like to mention that the Zoom has frozen and we're back online. One of them is the topic of the mental health, particularly that I think that in one way or another we were affected. And we when we think about the minors and adolescent migrants, because due to the fact of cognitive development, physical development, biological development, obviously they have more vulnerability compared to other type of infants.
Este estudio yo lo llevé a
This
cabo en
study
varios
was
albergues
conducted in two shelters. One of them is located in the
y
it's
otros
called
dos más
Katanim in
también
Mexico
en
City. The other
México.
one is in the
Estamos
municipality of Metepec
con
in the
un
state of
estudio de este
Mexico.
cualitativo y las
Is a
técnicas que
qualitative
pues
report,
las
and the
vamos a ya
techniques
conocer a
used are the
continuación.
basic that
La
everyone knows.
observación,
They
la transferencia y la
participate in
entrevista. Se
observation,
desarrolló
there is
este cambio
surveys,
justamente para
semi-structured
estas
surveys,
alternativas, que es algo
but also the narratives are quite important that we're using a group of colleagues by working with the infants. And of course, this is because these are not hard questionings as we usually apply them in anthropology, but these are more accompanied by other focus. So this comes into play game, art, and other different types of workshops and other activities that were carried out during the voluntary work, particularly when the active listening, because these are children, they were coming up very affected. And of course, with due to the outcomes and the ramification and after effect while they're in transit, this highlights the vulnerability. And of course, the instruments that I used were the observation guide, the surveys, the descriptive letters, and the hypothesis that I based this, the field diary, of course, that of course, they are, despite their short age, this affects the capacity of decision making. Sometimes because of the cultural practices or the inexperienced life, sometimes they were placed in situation risks. We analyzed 30 migrants, children. The shelter in Mexico City was primarily focused on women at the beginning. Now it's providing more help to families and unaccompanied migrants, youth and children migrants. And in the Metapec shelter, it did not have that many children. Most of them were with their parents. And this occasion, starting the pandemic, they had to be channelized through the National Institute of Migration or the DIF. Of course, this shelter is an open doors shelter, and it's not that controlled compared to the shelter located in Mexico City. So many children at State of Mexico shelter, they actually ran away. The difference between CAFEMIN, well, CAFEMIN is a civil association. It's coordinated under the umbrella of the Josephine congregation. It has an adequate infrastructure. It used to be a school, so they do have dorms. Everything is very well organized. It is. Eh, we do know that interdisciplinary team, psychologists, psychiatrists, MD, social workers, uh, the works are actually at the shelter. And they have a fixed budget, and also they're capable of receiving donations, international or international donations, and they have a capacity to shelter 100 people. The shelter in Metepec is quite the contrary. This is a private shelter, was directed by Mr. Armando Vilchis Vargas, who is a mechanic, auto mechanic. So he actually provided a space from his shop to accommodate as a shelter. Obviously, it does not have an adequate infrastructure. It doesn't have a well-trained staff. It doesn't have a constant flux of donation or funds, and it does have a capacity of only 20 people, at least to be in an acceptable level, to be for them to be comfortable. However, given the need of the spaces that are required, sometimes 50 or 60 people, sometimes even more than 100 people have been sheltered at the state of Mexico. Mental health is, based on the definition, is the state of well-being, emotional, psychological, and social that is needed for human beings to reach their potential, to face these tensions that are usually present in the day-to-day life. But for them, we need to regulate the stress in order to make a more assertive decision-making process. This is a picture of some of the teenagers in the shelter in Metepec. This picture was taken in a small park next to the workshop, the auto shop, body shop in 2021. One of the symptoms that were detected is sadness, lack of interest, constant crying, spells, nightmares, anxiety, and humor behavior alterations. Because the tragedy of migrant, to be able to migrate, it is a risk. Many of these children are actually running away from domestic violence, social violence from their communities, and stress was already generated, and it was causing a better level of stress. And also, the transit into Mexico, we know it's dangerous with so many abductions, extortions, human trafficking, and these children are always on a constant level of alert. Majority of children that we're working with are children that were coming with a trafficker called as Coyote. They were not participating in a caravan. So because of the pandemic, the hiring of the so-called coyotes uh, would rise because of the pandemic. So, and parents thought that they were safer with the coyotes, and they hired them to bring their children. Although they were channelized to the children were not expecting to be detained, and of course, they were not expecting to be institutionalized. They assumed that with the help of the coyote, were able to breach the border of the United States. Professor, you only have 1 minute. Oh, I'll wrap up. So, so stress obviously was caused by different causes, the fear of being deported, sometimes some cultural aspects, food, um, they because of their um, usual food, sometimes they will miss food items such as spicy peppers. Sometimes also they were missing the natural home remedies from their grandparents, and obviously the state of stress were prolonged, and sometimes the stress was um, reached levels of depression, and they, in order to control the pain and the trauma, they will sometimes they would self-harm themselves. Sometimes they would cut their themselves, or um, and either had suicidal thoughts. In the Metepec shelter, less controlled, most of the children ran away from the shelter, the shelter that is located in an outer shop. We have some testimonies. There was a pregnant girl who gave birth um, when she was transiting Mexico City. The coyote abandoned this girl at the steps of the hospital. So this girl was afraid to being deported. Then we explained, it was explained to her that she was going to receive protection. And since she gave birth to a Mexican uh, uh, baby, she would have rights under the Mexican law. And sometimes other stigma they suffered is that sometimes when they go out and play to the park next to the auto shop, some of the neighbors thought that they were actually transmitted the COVID-19 virus. Now, the results basically is ultra uh, uh, summed up because of the lack of time. This different cultural differences generated a lot of stress, and that they had to run away. But we have to highlight the positive as well, that the team at the shelters and the same children at the shelters as well, they were able to find during confinement, they were able to identify the importance of teamwork and self-care. Many of the collaborators, particularly the CAFEMIN, they also had human losses due to COVID. So this was an experience for them to, because they were able to learn how to adapt to these circumstances and to value those who are near us. But also something that was highlighted also is their capacity for them when it comes to sexual identity, making a decision to participate or not in the activities that were carried out at caffeine, or maybe some of the activities that you were proposing to the at the other shelter. These are some of the opinions with the positive conclusions that they were able to generate despite this terrible experience that all of us had to face. I can share the presentation. We have some pictures here from the workshops that we are delivering, and of course the references and the importance to make sure what is necessary for mental health, what is necessary when it comes to migration, uh, how to tackle these cultural differences with the attention on mental health, not only prevention, but attention. And this is something that is not always is being considered. Of course, we had to leave so many items behind, but I am open to any questions or comments that you would like to share. Thank you, doctor. I do know that, we don't have enough time. We want to share the findings of our research work, but sometimes we don't have some sufficient time. And I thank you. Now we're going to continue with Professor Francisco Javier Pacomio Pozo from the Hospital del Salvador in Santiago de
Doctora,
Chile.
¿me escuchan bien?
Perfectamente, maestro.
Can you hear me well?
Sí, estoy bien,
Yes,
de acuerdo.
Professor.
Y quisiera
I'm a
agradecer
little bit far away. I'd
a
like to
todas las
thank
voces, a todos los
to
que están
all
haciendo
that are
esta
making this
conferencia.
seventh
Gracias
regional
por
conference
recordar que el
possible.
sur
Thank you
siempre
for, thinking
tiene
about
como
those who live in the southern hemisphere.
una luz distinta.
It
Entonces yo
is
creo que esto es
sometimes it's
privilegiado
nice
para
to
toda
give
la
a
gente en
different perspective.
Canadá,
I know that it's always
América.
focused to Canada,
Yo
United
solo, yo
States,
tengo acá
but
una breve
sometimes I'm,
presentación de una
humbly
investigación que estoy llevando a
here to
cabo
present
en
this
la
research that
Universidad de
I
Santiago de
conducted
Chile, en el
at the Hospital
contexto
del
de la
Salvador in
investigación
Santiago de
sobre las
Chile. In the
organizaciones
context
de la
is the
población inmigrante
characterization
internacional que
of the international migrant
desde,
population that
desde el
has been taken
2016
care of in
hasta
this
acá.
hospital since
Una
2016 up
tesis
until today.
en la que pude
This
obtener
is a
el grado de la magíster en
crisis.
salud pública y me interesó
This is
mucho
for
abordar
the
este
health
tema
system,
dadas
public
las
health system. And it
oleadas
was very
de
interesting for
inmigración que
me
tenemos
because of this wave of immigration that we have
con
had
alta
in Chile.
frecuencia en un tiempo a esta parte. Yo quisiera,
And it
para
was a
empezar la
consequence in
presentación, no
for a
sé si
little
me
bit
dan
in this part.
permiso.
So I would like to share with
Adelante,
you. I don't
maestro.
know if I'm allowed.
Por favor, me confirman si
Can you please
se observa
confirm
bien, ¿no?
if you can see it?
Aún no se alcanza a ver, maestro. Ahí
Hay que,
estamos. Ahora sí.
We don't see it, now we see
ok,
it.
bueno, este es un hospital
Okay, well, this is a
de alta
hospital
complejidad
of
en
a
la
very
localidad de
complex,
acá en Santiago
high
de
complex
Chile. Tiene
hospital
una
here in the
población
capital in
de
Santiago de Chile.
habitantes.
It
Y
has half a
además de esto,
million
tiene una
inhabitants,
sustancial
and this is
centro
a hospital where a faculty can come.
donde se
And of
becan
course,
y sacan
they receive scholarships and
especialidades, las más
they
especiales
come and work with the
clínicas
specialties,
eh,
the
aquí
highest
para
clinical
Santiago de Chile.
specialty here,
Nos
specialization
interesó
here in
poder
Santiago de Chile.
investigar
We
este,
were
este fenómeno
interested on investigating this phenomenon
desglosada, como
in
vamos a
this
ver más
hospital
adelante,
because we
y
had
uno
this was a
de las
faculty hospital, so we
personas
had the
migrantes
sequence and the
internacionales a
assistance
un país
of
que por
international
características
migrants to this
geográficas
country
es
that because
básicamente
of his
rodeado
geographical
del Atlántico y
characteristics,
del Océano
we have
Pacífico.
The Andean Mountains and also the Pacific Ocean
Chile no
to
ha
the
sido
northwest. But Chile hasn't been because of
polo
these
migrante
regional
como lo podría ser
conditions,
Canadá o
hasn't
Estados
been
Unidos.
a
Como
place
de
where
hecho me
migrants could come,
preguntaba
like
qué voy a
Canada,
hacer yo
United States, or
en esta
Mexico.
conferencia de
So I was
medición de
thinking, what
migración,
can I
porque
say
Chile
on this
cayera
immigration
primero
conference?
frente a
Because if Chile is just a
por
lower
otra parte
country in the
significaría
world
Estados Unidos
against
y
Mexico,
Canadá.
Mexico, you know that it's one of the
Si bien
fastest runners
estamos muy
in the
alejados
world,
en
and
buena
then
parte
Mexico
como
and
vecinos,
Canada.
ustedes han visto
But
las
we are a
imágenes
little
que han
far
aparecido
away,
en
but
todos
I don't
lados
know if you have seen
para
on
esta
the news
migración,
that
sobre todo
Chile has
en
been
el
an
sur-sur, ¿no?
interesting
Las
point for
migraciones
immigration,
latinoamericanas y las
but
sudamericanas
this
siempre
is,
tenían de
of
vista
course,
el
for
norte, pero
Southern
dada
American and Central American
qué sé yo,
immigration,
podríamos decir,
because they always
suerte
go
de
to the
buena
northern
gobernanza o de
countries,
oportunidad
and we
económica,
had
Chile
maybe
resultó
a
ser el
luck
país
because we didn't
para los
have to
migrantes
receive
atractivo,
them,
¿no? Entonces,
and
también
because of
ustedes
their
acá en la
economic
frontera norte de nuestro
strength,
país, Chile
that's why
tiene
we
el
became
desierto
an
más
attractive
árido del
country for the
mundo
immigrants. So
y
we have
la
one of
prueba
the
de
most
que
arid
Costa
deserts
Rica sí
on the world.
construyó una
So
zanja
to
para lograr
stop
un
this
proceso de
flux, this
desarrollo. Entonces, la
immigration
pregunta
flux,
es,
we
¿a
had
quiénes
to
inmigrantes se le
make or to
ocurre
build this this wire
dar
duct to stop them. So
por el
who
desierto
in
más
the right
árido del
mind
planeta y
can
pensar que una
think
zanja
of
los va a
going
¿no?
through
the most arid places in the planet, and then just thinking this place is going to stop them. So one of the people, the authorities, the government authorities thought that building this was going to stop the migration in one of the most arid places in the world. So, what is an immigrant? Immigrant is someone who is displacing from one border to the other. It could be because of political causes, or maybe they want to get a better life. But you know that many international policies has been implemented because of this. So, what are some of the myths of immigration in Chile? So, first of all, we have had immigrants before, but not as bad as they have it in Mexico, where you have all the transfers from Guatemala or Central America. No, this is always a country where we have received groups of immigrants, not individuals, at the beginning of the 19th century, 20th century, maybe Ukrainian or maybe Croatians. But this is on the 19th century, but this is not a daily life. It was just an important receiving of groups. So it was until in 1990, you know that with this dictator, Augusto Pinochet, offer them to come because the people who were from Peru had to leave that dictatorship. So we had to accept this group of Peruvians who came here. So at that moment, we had this study because more than anything, we had female immigration at that time. So then we go to the year 2000, where we see an interesting change on this betterment of our financial status. And then we started being named as or known as the Southern American Jaguar because of this phenomenon. It was the phenomenon South-South or Sur-Sur. And it was a movement mainly Venezuelan because of the problem that they had, political and economical or financial problem in their country, and then Peru and also Haiti. And then what is the basis of this study? We have to understand that migration is a human right. Although our ex-president Sebastián Piñera mentioned that effectively migration wasn't a human right, and he said that on a UN conference, and it was a very shameful moment for us because he was promoting this thought of Chile that we always think migration is a human right, and then he went there and he said that it wasn't. So we're always thinking that any person has the right to mobility and to look for a better life or maybe better economical conditions or stop having a risk in life. So from that standpoint, what was the migration policy in Chile? We didn't have any immigration policies. We didn't have this framework that was strong and it was firm like you did. No, we didn't have that. We had for Augusto Pinochet in 1975, maybe that was the last one because mainly it was based on national security, but it wasn't talking about any receiving of immigrants. We didn't have express deportation. We didn't have the integration of these people. Nothing. We only had many very basic laws. After this great wave, like I told you before, in 2000, we started generating some significant actions until in 2021, we created this work 2023-25. It was the law for immigration or an act for immigration. And then we started copying whatever it was happening there. So what happened? This lack of this lack of policies. We didn't have access to better job conditions for them. They didn't have access to health services. So what do we do? What did we do? So we started comprehend we started understanding that the immigrant who had a health problem was a person. And I'm not laughing, and it can be rare for you, but I mean, Chile had we had this island, we are separated from you, and the fact that we find each other and we recognized us in front of each other, it was something new. It was complex for us, and as you're seeing, like, why are you here, where are you coming from,
how can we help you? I mean, we're gonna charge you because you're gonna receive health assistance. But I'm poor, I'm immigrant. Well, I'm gonna charge you a little bit of money, like maybe 200 pesos, Mexican pesos. I am poor, I don't have any money. So these situations made our health system or our government, mainly Michelle Bachelet, our president, she said that whenever we receive a person who doesn't have any documentation and doesn't have any resources, they have to be treated with the same and equality in conditions and situation as any other people. This is something obvious, and it didn't seem obvious at that time. Because right now, I see in many of your places in many countries in the
Maestra,
world,
le queda un
you
minuto.
see that this is not something that people think in common. So that was the first thing. The second one was the migration was a social determinant of health. So trajectory is the thing that makes people sick. So let's go fast. This is the hospital in general. This is the emergency room where we had the study done, and we were asking them, "Who are you? What social and demographic characteristics you had?" So in that context, we have this design methodology or on this descriptive and quantitative investigation from 2016 and 2021, and the source of information were the information of the people who were there. So by 2021, we had close to 1,840 people. These were the amount of results. So as you can see, whenever we established the rules of assisting these people who were in need of health assistance, is where you can see the higher side of the graph. What happened? Of course, the pandemic was limiting the access and also the implementation of these rules. So let me summarize. There is this important information to assist these people. These people are mainly men between 20 and 39 years of age, but from 50 years of age, you can see mainly female attention or assistance. And eventually, we're going to talk about more about the part of the sexuality in this work. So mainly for the international part, what happened? It was for the what it was fractures, and also it was problems with the eyes. Problems with the eyes, of course, because they didn't have any, they had a lack of health assistance on that side. So what else? They were using or they were working in a job that where they didn't have any safety measures. That's why their eyes were affected and they didn't have the access to treat it. So that was one of the main health issues that we see. So what is the conclusion? We have had a significant development in the matter of social assistance and also human rights. We are sharing with you this situation because this is one of the main issues where the international migrant goes to seek for health assistance. Is not what you think, is for something different. And also, I hope that you can be brave and work together and you have the will to
Muchas
be
gracias,
together
maestra,
as
por
one.
su
Thank you very much.
participación. Le agradezco
Thank you, Professor, for your
su
participation, and I
por toda
appreciate
esta información. Y a
all the information that
continuación
you share with
vamos a
us.
recibir
And now we're going to
a Paola
welcome
Janet Reyes,
Paula Janet
Jessica
Reyes,
Marcela Garay,
Jessica
Alexis
Marcela
Leonel
Garay, Alexis
Sánchez
Leonel
y
Sanchez,
Linda Soeni
and Linda Soemi
Barragán de
Baralaga
la Universidad
from
Nacional
the
Autónoma de
National
Honduras con el
Autonomous
tema
University
de
of Honduras
vulneración de
with
las
the
niñas
topic of
en incumplimiento de los derechos humanos,
infringement
migración, irregular
upon
migración.
minors by due to
Adelante, por favor.
non-compliance of
Bienvenidos.
human rights in irregular transit migration. Thank you for having us in this space. As you mentioned, we are representing the National Autonomous University of Honduras. My name is Jessica Marcela Garay, and we're joined by Alexis Sanchez and Paula Reyes, and we're going to
Migración, que
get
la niñez en el incumplimiento de los derechos
into
humanos en
the
migración irregular en el tránsito.
infringement of
Este
minors due to the
pensamiento de Watts
non-compliance of human
Child,
rights
nadie
in
abandona su
irregular
casa
migration. The quote, nobody leaves their
a
home
menos
unless their
que,
home is a shark's mouth.
hola,
Adelante, maestra.
Lo siento,
No
nadie
one leaves
abandona su
home
casa a
unless
menos que su
home is the
casa sea
mouth
la
of
boca
a
de un
shark.
tiburón. Tengo problemas, permítanme un segundo.
I having some issues. Please bear with me.
Las actuales corrientes
So
migratorias,
the
sus
current
raíces y las repercusiones en
context,
los países de origen, de
the
tránsito
migration,
y
the
destino
roots, and
han
the
convertido a la
repercussions
emigración
of
en un
countries,
gran
either
desafío para los
destination or
estados,
origin,
las
have
sociedades
been a great
y
challenge
especialmente para los
for the
mismos
governments,
migrantes.
society, and for the same migrants
Alrededor de 6 millones de
themselves.
personas han emigrado dentro
Around
de
6
América
million people
Latina
have
y un
emigrated
25,
within Latin America,
25
and
millones
about
han
25 million
emigrado
of
desde la
them
región
have
hasta los
emigrated
Estados Unidos o
from
Europa.
Latin America towards United States and Europe.
El fenómeno de migración en
This
América del
migration
Sur,
phenomenon in
Centroamérica
South
y
America,
Honduras han
Central
sido
America, and
impulsados por
Honduras
factores sociales,
has
económicos y
been
políticos.
caused due to
Los
social, economical,
migrantes
and political
inician este
factors.
recorrido en la
Migrants begin
búsqueda
their
de
journey
mejorar sus
in the
condiciones de
search
vida.
for a better
Tenemos que
way
el
of life.
42% de las personas
42% of
que
people
huyeron de sus hogares fueron niños y
actually
niñas.
who actually ran away from home were
Es por ello que
children
viene a nuestra
from different
mente qué
genders.
tipo de vulnerabilidad
So
se identifica
came
en
to
la
our
niñez
mind
en
what
migración de
type
un
of
tránsito irregular en
infringement
Choluteca,
can be
Honduras, de
identified
junio a
in
septiembre
the
del 2022.
migrants
Y se
and
logró
minors.
esta investigación
And
con el
that's how
objetivo
we
general
carried
de
out
conocer
this
la
research
vulneración
with
y
the main
incumplimiento de
objective
los derechos
to get to
de la
know the
niñez en la migración
infringement
irregular en tránsito en
of the
Choluteca, Honduras, de junio a
compliance
septiembre del
of human
2022.
rights for children on their irregular migration track. In this sense, we started to set upon the framework mostly with the characteristics of a person or a group or situation that may influence its capacity to anticipate and to resist. In this sense, well, making sense that the vulnerability has to be prevented as much as possible, and to work under the social dimensions, work on the threats of the population. In this case, the young population, a type of vulnerability that we took according to Langen, we took upon the anthropologic vulnerability by the same condition of being a human being. And the second one is for social economical condition and the environment that are working and in order to also how to tackle the abandonment from the government. Because of this, many causes of vulnerability were identified, lack of food and lack of protection and other scarcities. And also, sometimes those human rights are being eroded. There's very few control, political um, policies, and sometimes they're more aggressive and they have a lack of human touch. Our methodology of research is qualitative research. It's more directed to look and analyze the problem of the youth from their perspective so that way the participants can work in a more confident level with the research. We chose Choluteca because Choluteca was the ideal site for also Danlí and Trojes. It's the transit area for the migrants. If we well, we can give a better idea where it's located. It's Colombia, and there's a Darien Gap, where the post of the military and from Panama is located. So we're going to focus more on that because it's not an easy route, and we're going to see that in the results of this research. UNICEF actually published certain data that about 110,000 people are irregular migrant people from January to September in 2022. This is about 955 migrants per day in three municipalities in Honduras, 57% men, 24% women, 18% children. So our focus was qualitative. We took different types of sources, we conducted surveys with the migrants, and also we had to we consulted documents with the different publications and books. We call these semi-structured surveys. So we carried out some interviews and some conversations in a way to not be that invasive with the subjects of research. Who are the subjects? Children and migrant children. We visited the Central Esperanza and Caritas in Honduras, who were actually taking care of migrant children who were receiving their care at the time they were children, about four boys, two girls. Each one of them well, um, actually uh, the interview were conducted in a certain different way because each of them were differently, so they reacted differently. The institution, well, as I mentioned, Central Esperanza and Caritas Honduras and the Red Cross. We would like to share more about the results of our research, and I will give the floor to Howard. Hello. The reasons that are causing the displacements is poverty, discrimination, and the lack of human rights. Upon them, the right of education and the right to health. So the primary cause is the poverty. Countries such as Venezuela and Nicaragua are those who are the sources of these migrants. Obviously, children are not traveling by themselves, they travel along with the family. But this does not mean in any sense that are exempt to suffer vulnerability. One of them mentioned we had fever. Most of us had diarrhea, flu, and vomiting. We are all locked up in these refugees centers. Children, many of them are traveling for 12 hours straight per day. So they suffer diarrhea, vomiting, uh, twisted ankles. One of them told us that many times we only eat once a day, but when we were crossing the Darien Gap, we spent 4 days without any food. We're talking more about the right to receive food. Most of them were only having powdered milk, some and sugar. And we can know that this, by this fact, is that their right to food was being threatened. A girl told us the jungle was one of the most unforgettable moments in my life. I felt a relief when we crossed that jungle. I felt relieved. I felt like a light inside of me when we crossed the jungle. The Darien Gap is quite dangerous. My colleague was mentioning the transit between Colombia and Panama. It's the problem with crossing the gap is that the migrants are exposed to cold weather, sexual abuse, rain, and insects. One of the miners told us that one of their fears was the possibility of being sexually abused. One of them told us, I miss a lot everything. I cry every night. Many of the children are suffering sadness, family separation, angst, and fear. We're talking about disintegrated families and being away from their roots and their families. Another quote is we didn't have a place where to study, but at the UN, we had a place to play and to watch movies, said a girl. We know that this route is quite complex because it limits the education. Obviously, the regular migration forces the children to leave the classrooms. And of course, the fulfilling these rights, it is based on food, physical integrity, and health. Amaya mentioned, it's hard to tell if the human rights of these children were actually respected because the travel is quite treacherous. We know that the Red Cross in Honduras is doing the best they can to protect the migrants, particularly children. So the mission of these institutions, it is based on that fulfillment of projects for the benefit of the migrants, benefits for those minor migrants that are currently in irregular transit. One of the migrants said, we protect the food, housing, and the treatment that we have received in Honduras. But if they would let us go through, we could, stand hunger for about a week more. As we know, many migrants were unable to leave Honduras unless they had to pay a certain fee. Currently, that fee has been suspended for the current president.
Un minuto, maestra.
You have a minute, Professor. Understood. Ahead of the group, there were men with machetes, and in the middle of the group, the women and children. You can see that the migrants were protecting themselves and they were protecting the more vulnerable migrants. So we can sum up that the right to healthcare, the right to emotional development, the right to food, and the right to cognitive development are the rights that are being more vulnerable. And of course, the protection of migrant minors can be quite deficient. Yes, and to sum up, we can determine that most of the basic human rights of children are not being fulfilled because they're not receiving the necessary meals, clothing, housing, and their health and their physical integrity is being affected. An experience like this is not an emotional journey. It's more of a treacherous road where children are vulnerable and because they're just taken away without their consent. So this type of issues we can sum up and we can recommend the following. Based on the studies that were conducted, it is fundamental that the governments not only recognize children's as having rights, we have to put it into practice to fulfill their basic needs, equal way without any distinction. And also, we recommend to perform more visits with the data recollection stage because sometimes they go to Caritas and then they don't return. Then the other team will come in. So I think it's important um, to um, actually recollect the most amount of data possible. We thank you all. We are from Honduras and we're very thankful for this space
Muchas
that you
gracias
have
por su
provided us.
participación, por su
Thank you for your
excelente
participation
trabajo.
and for your excellent
Les
work.
agradezco de antemano. Les voy a
And
pedir que no
thank
se
you
retiren
beforehand. Yes, I'm
de
going to
este
ask you
espacio
not to
de
leave because we
conversación.
do have a Q&A session. If there's someone from the audience that may have a
A
question,
continuación
please and thank
tenemos
you.
a Virginia
So now we have
Betancourt
Virginia
Rodríguez
Betancourt Ramos
Michoacán,
from
de
the College
México,
of
que
Michoacán,
nos presenta
who is going to
el tema de
present
protección
the
internacional en
topic of
México
international protection in
a jóvenes
Mexico
centroamericanos
to young
instalados
Central Americans
en el
who
régimen
are
semifinicial.
housed in
Virginia,
a
adelante.
differential tool. Virginia?
Ahí me escuchan?
Can you hear me?
Perfectamente.
Perfectly.
A ver, denme un segundo para compartir
Give
la
me one
pantalla.
second to share my screen.
Este, a ver, ya voy. Denme un segundito.
Give me 1 second.
A ver, bueno, no encuentro mi archivo.
I can't find my
Pero bueno,
file.
voy a comenzar dando las gracias por el
Let me
espacio para esta
start by
participación. Es para mí de
because you gave me
bastante,
the
de
space for
bastante
this
interés
presentation. And this is for me
estemos tratando el tema
very interesting that we are talking
de,
about the topic of
de migración.
migration.
A ver, voy, Ay, no sé, ya también aquí estoy con mis dificultades con
So I have difficulty
la
with
tecnología. No
technology
encuentro
and I can't find
la, la presentación.
the presentation.
¿Quiere que pasemos con la siguiente ponente y luego regresamos con usted mientras
Do you want
busca
me
su
to go to the
presentación?
next presenter and then
Yo creo que
we
sí,
come
y
back to
porque
you
tengo
while you look
problemas
for your
con el
presentation?
equipo, entonces para
I
no
think so because I'm
arruinarles las
having
cosas.
technical
Muy
problems,
bien.
so I don't want to ruin this.
Entonces,
Very good.
vamos a cederle el
So
espacio
we're
a
going
la
to give the
maestra
floor to
Ada Ruth
Professor
González de la
Ada
Universidad
Ruth
Luterana
González
Salvadoreña del
Lutheran
Salvador
University
con el tema
from El
dinámica
Salvador,
migratoria en niños, niñas y adolescentes de El
migratory
Salvador
dynamic
y su impacto
in
en el
boys,
núcleo
girls, and
familiar.
adolescents, and its impact on the
Adelante.
family.
Perdón.
Here you go. Do you have my presentation ready? No. Well, okay. If you can just display the main slide, please. Thank you all. By listening the presentations of the other countries that are participating in this conference, we can see the similarities that we have virtually of this issue regarding migration. Each and all of us have a legal frame that protects children and adolescents, but at the end, how is it possible? How can we apply this so that way we can prevent the migration? I remember there was a doctor here next to us, and I cannot remember his name, but I was reflecting on what you mentioned about the duty of academic research. I see upon myself so many colleagues with their phones. Some of them were not paying attention. Some of them are. And I'm quite worried because I feel that at the end we are some sort of fulfilling some indicators that the organisms, either academic organisms and those who are categorizing the ranking of each university, we're doing this just for the numbers, spending a lot of money. When actually here, some students are here, and this should be more an instrument for them to understand the issues, not only from our countries, but also from a global scales, because migration is not only particular for Central America or South America, it's more of a global scale. The war between Russia. Some say Russia and Ukraine, but it's more Russia and NATO. It's also generating migration to other parts of the world. So I had my presentation with me in El Salvador, and it's not there. Well, okay. Um, the map, yes, I do have it here. Our research was focused on three geographical areas with the children and adolescents. And the conclusions are the same. And this was from the western part of the country because this part of the country is closer to the border of Guatemala and Mexico. It's the exit gateway. However, and the same conclusions that we have, Civil War in the 70s and 80s was a generator of migration towards the United States. And then we know the 12-year war, the war that we have to outlive in El Salvador, and they said that it was going to change after the war, and we kept on seeing the same thing, and we were still generators of migrants. And despite the some things, very minimal things have changed a little bit, I'm going to answer the other a question that was not answered that quite, but people always wants to migrate, and the young population do not feel the need to remain in their country. It's even people from the middle class and low class, not the upper class, because they can send their children to study without the need to migrate. They don't have to sell their home or borrow loans worth of thousands of dollars to migrate. Um, we were able to interview almost 400 uh, people, most of them young people, in 12 schools located in different areas of the country, and they said, yes, we want to go. We want to leave. There are other countries where you can migrate, not only United States, because in United States we're not treated well. Because in the United States nowadays they don't even want to work. And a child said, she said, the child said, now with this government, with the government of President Bukele, at least we're not being known for the Mara Salvatruchas, for being known also for some of the things that this president is doing right now. It felt a bit uncomfortable because before, the first thing that people would say to Salvadorans like myself is, how's the violence? And now the first question that they ask us is, what is President Bukele doing? There's some people that they love him, but they're not from the country. And they say, well, Europe, Spain, Portugal, and why would you like to go to Portugal? And they say, well, that's because they're hiring over there. They don't care about they're documented or not. And since they can go through Spain, well, they want to go. So, as I was mentioning, and I would like to talk more about the topic, what it means to us, the migration, and why the hypocrisy from our governments by saying and creating uh, work frames, not because they don't want to do it, it's because it's not in their best interest. As Sosa mentioned, my country says the 25% of the resources come through remittances. Several millions of dollars enter our country because of those who live overseas. $7 billion. Do you think our government is interested to make the Salvadorians who come back? They're not interested in them, the contrary. Yes, of course, our colleagues, yes, they have the framework. Yes, that's fine, it's there, but it's not being applied. And this is happening not only in El Salvador, but also in the Northern Triangle in the best countries of the world. We talked about social services and the access to those services, same conclusions. The lack of work opportunities, a low income, of course. We When we visited, for example, Cuba, they have engineers and doctors, they're driving taxis. And we see that in our countries. There's not enough employment. And then obviously, the generation of our country is changing. We're talking about 70s and the 80s. So those migrants actually had some ties back home. But nowadays, their grandchildren and great grandchildren, they don't have that strong tie with El Salvador. And we were talking with some of the colleagues, and well, now not even the Salvadorians want to work in United States. They work 2, 3 months, but since they have some sort of unemployment insurance, well, they spend 1 year without work, and then it's a quite a complex process to explain. I'm sure that in this auditorium, the institutions that are in charge to solving this issue should be here. We need to value if actually of having this type of activities would actually work. I mean, I actually convinced my president of the university to send me here to present the results of a research that is not only for um, Central America. It also applies to the Caribbean, North America, to identify the framework that regulates the protection of children and adolescents, but also for Canada, how to design policies for them not to reject the population, migrant populations that are coming from El Salvador, but do we actually have capacity to actually make an impact at the governmental level? So when they asked about my president, I just been in the Dominican Republic, and they want in the Dominican Republic they want him to go over there, and I'm like, be my guest. But it's just populism. It's populism, and he currently has the three um, powers under his umbrella, and hopefully I am allowed to go back into my country once again. But he has under his umbrella the three powers, and he decides. He's the one man show. And he's not quite a dictator because he's lacking many characteristics, but the army, the police is already under his power. And I was telling Luis, yes, he's violating the Constitution, but attorneys usually tend to interpret the law at their benefit, and well, he's already running for re-election. So I think that it's important to conduct research, and but not only in a simple role. I think it's important to make this a true public policy from our government, and not from my government, from our government. But if you're still receiving this caravans and they're being fed, and then if we allow that many of them live under this, like coyotes, for example. I suffered a lot going to Texas. There are different classifications to travel. I mean, you can go VIP on a plane, you can go by car, or you can swim across the river or walk the desert. This is happening in El Salvador also, but this is known by the government and this is known by us. Of course, we don't want to go back to the war and such, but we do have a voice and we do have a say. And it's us that we can change the situation. The government in El Salvador has a huge popularity. 90% of the people in El Salvador love Bukele because, of course, there's a violation, infringement of human rights. 6 months at the most. So this gentleman said, one day gangs and maras, all of you are going into one way, also in the slums. So here the gang and the Mara Salvatrucha and all of them brought to the United States because they were deported because they will send us the worst. The brains would stay in the United States and kill themselves, and let's see what you do. Not one single casualty happened. Those who weren't able to meet, they were living in peace. Many people are complaining about that jail because it's many people, many of them will kill even their mother, their own mother. But in reality, they don't have any right. That is, their own family is the one that have to provide their food. The government's not spending on that. And also the white uniform is paid for by the family. So of course, there's a human violation,
velaba por mi
a
derecho
human
humano
rights
por no
violation.
dejarme salir de aquí a mí, a la población, ¿verdad? Barrio entero,
But
barrios enteros
there
que
were
pasaron por
entire
ahí.
neighborhoods that
Y
were
de
living
todos esos
under
meses
threat.
le ha permitido a la gente
And during these eight
que la
months,
gente
many
esté
people
tranquila
has
y no
lived
importa
in
ahorita
peace.
no tener comida.
Right now, they don't care not having food, but I know that the moment will come, and I was telling
Que
Luis
cuando ya tú
that
ves todo que
when
se
you
ha
have
cumplido,
your
te van
needs
creciendo
fulfilled,
y entonces
you start to
se
develop
termina
more.
convirtiendo
So
eso en un
this is
problema
going to become
grande en El
into a
Salvador.
big
Que
problem
ahorita
in El
lo
Salvador.
tiene a él feliz
So right now,
y
Bukele is
si
happy
pasa cualquier cosa
and
que
he
hay
invents,
en un barrio, militariza,
makes up something at the
no pasa
neighborhood,
nada.
he militarizes
Y
the
eso
neighborhood, and the
se
people are
admira
happy.
mucho, ¿verdad? Que no
Many
tienen
young
nada que ver.
people had left,
Y que tienen algunos que pasar tres,
and
cuatro meses hasta que se logra,
sometimes they
logran
have to be
demostrar
3 or 4 months. Sometimes
que tenía
they only
problemas
have a family member that has issues, or they
para
stuck
que llegue el juicio
until
y llega
the
el
trial
juicio
comes
y luego
in.
llega el defensor.
The trial comes
Y
in,
entonces
but
sigue el muchacho ahí.
the
Entonces,
defendant is not there.
mientras los
So
problemas
as long as the
estructurales de los
structural
países
problems of our
se
countries are
resuelven,
not being
vamos
resolved,
a seguir teniendo
we're still
migración.
going to have migration.
Mientras la mano
As
de obra
long as
barata,
the cheap
la que se
workforce,
sirve
cheap
en otros
labor
países,
is being
vamos a
needed
seguir
by
teniendo
other
migración.
countries, we're still
Entonces,
going to have
¿qué
migrants.
vamos a hacer
So what are we
nosotros
going to do
como académicos
ourselves
para cambiar
as
eso?
academics to
Porque
change
miren,
that pattern? Because
eh,
look,
estos resultados que son
these
de años
results
de
are
estar
from
llegamos a lo mismo
years,
todos,
and we come up with the same
pero no
conclusion.
pasemos más allá de eso.
Let's move beyond these numbers.
De tener grupos de
Let's stop
expertos
having
de, de
different
organización,
groups, organizations, and let's unite
organización que
into
nos permita
one single organization that is capable to defend and
de
uphold
todos
human
nuestros
rights
compatriotas,
for migrants,
ya
not only
sea estos
migrants, but
centroamericanos
of our
o
fellow
mexicanos
citizens,
o europeos.
regardless
Gracias y
of
disculpe que no
where
le
they
dije
live in
porque
the
en realidad
Americans. And I'm
hemos
sorry,
llegado todos prácticamente
I
a
didn't share
lo mismo.
my
Todos tenemos
presentation
un
because
problema
it's the same
igual,
result.
todos
Everyone
tenemos
has the same
problemas
issues, same
precisos
lack of
con la
employment. The governments have a benefit
se
of
van 600, 700 personas
remittance.
diarias a Estados Unidos.
Many people, almost 1,000 people, are
Entonces,
traveling to
como
the United
académicos
States,
debemos
migrating. I
reflexionar.
think as an
Todos
academia, we need to reflect,
echando
each and
fuera
all
de
of
acá
us,
en qué
those who are
vamos a hacer
present and those who are following us through Zoom. What are we going to
tratemos
do
de
with this?
incidir
Let's
en los
try
problemas.
to persist in
Somos
our
académicos,
governments. We are academia.
podemos
We have the
cambiar
power to change the
desde
mentality
ahora
of these
para
young
que
people that
piensen
are
diferente,
joining us,
para que
for
no
them to
vengan
think differently,
solo a
for
escuchar
them
lo que
to not
nosotros
only come
somos
to what they hear and
la
take as a
ahora
universal truth.
esta cosa es lo único que nos
This
dejó
thing is
la
the
pandemia,
only thing that is being left by the
es la
pandemic, that
frontera
we do not
que
have
podemos
borders, that we
nosotros
can
tener,
ourselves
ser nosotros autodidactas. Ya no nos pueden
learn,
decir porque
or
ya
self-learn
nosotros somos
ourselves.
ahora
Of
los
course,
docentes somos facilitadores
obviously, as professors, we are
y si hemos
facilitators.
estudiado
And if we have
vamos a
studied and we have
facilitar
learned,
con el
obviously,
estudiante. Pero si el estudiante estudia más que
if the
nosotros,
student
nos va a descalificar. Entonces ese es
studies
mi
more
lema
than
y
us,
disculpen que ahora
then we're
no
going to be disqualified. And
todo
I'm sorry that
lo
I
que
didn't
digamos
share the rest of my
es
presentation because it's
para
the
no
same results. And I think it's
llamarlo a eso.
best to
Hagamos
call for
algo.
action.
Ya,
Let's
ya
do
no
something.
tengo
I have
para
very
decirles
few time
que
in life. I don't have that much time
esta
left. But
red,
I
esta
think that this
red que tenemos,
network that we have,
unamos
let's join
en un trabajo que
into
nos
one
permita en
single work
realidad
that we can
hacer,
actually
trabajar
be able to
por la
work
gente que
for the
lo
benefit of
necesita.
those who
Gracias.
are in need. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias, maestra, por su
Thank you very
participación.
much, Professor, for your
Vamos
participation.
ahora con protección
We're
internacional
going
con la, de
to
nuevo con la maestra Virginia
again
Betancourt Ramos
international
por el Colegio
protection with
Michoacán.
Professor Virginia Betancourt
Adelante,
Ramos
maestra
from
Virginia.
Michoacan College,
Sí,
the
muchísimas
College of
gracias.
Michoacan.
Ahí
Thank you
puede
very
ver la
much.
presentación.
Can you see my
Sí, así
presentation
es.
now? Yes.
Ok, muchísimas gracias por la
Thank you
paciencia y
very
por la
much
flexibilidad
for
de
your
coordinadores,
patience and the
coordinadoras y
flexibility
del
by the
moderador.
coordinators and the
Es un gusto para mí
moderator.
estar aquí.
It's a
Yo soy
pleasure for
una
me to
persona
be here.
social
I'm a
que
social worker
egresada de la Universidad de Guadalajara
who was graduated from the University of Guadalajara several years ago, and I'm pleased to be here on the seventh reunion meeting. And as well as with Dr. Astorga, I'm going to be part of the following ones. So I'm going to talk about the subject around the international protection in Mexico of the Central American adolescents who are settled here. So I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to make a brief introduction about this subject, where this subject comes from. Well, I'm on my postgraduate or my doctorate program in the College of Michoacan, and one of my proposals is this subject. So we have talked about the lack of regulation for the transit in this country, of course, for the identified consequences and reasons why it happens that we already identified. So in this place where I live in the west side of the country, in 2020 and 2021, I've been going, I've been detecting this suspension or restriction of transit. I mean, of immigrants wanting to go to the United States. These obstructions had different root cause, and they have told me different reasons. Some people call this settlement and maybe establishment or staying here, but I call them installations. Why do I call them installations? Well, you know that the contention measures are plenty, and I can show them to you here on this slide some of the examples of these. And I'm not gonna go into detail because I have just a few minutes and I will have to go to the main point. And as you see, it's from 2002. It was after the attack to the Twin Towers. We could see how they established this national security system, and then the protection of the border, and the establishment of the migration services. So we started detecting, like, mainly there are adolescents who start to, like I say, install on the metropolitan area in Guadalajara. But what's the reasoning behind that? Because they are already coming here, they already crossed the border, and you know that the contention in that border was in charge of agents from the National Institute of Immigration and also the National Guard agents. So I realized that many of them are staying here under a regular status, like they have a regularized status, and they are associated to a refugee status or conditions, and also because of humanitarian reasons. This is where, in this little graph, a grosso modo, or in a broad sense, I can show you from 2013 up to date, we can have an exponential growth of how this implementation of rules is affecting the actual people migrating to our country. This is the main element. In Mexico, we have this transition to the system of asylum. First of all, we have to wonder whether this system actually exists. But let's say it does. Well, after that, after the 70s, when we started receiving people who were in exile and all the South American politicians, and after they had the massive explosions of Guatemalan civil war, we had a different format on how the Mexican state intervenes as a part of this international responsibility that he has. It's to protect. What does it mean? So we have to help people who are undergoing extreme situations, and we are trying not to send them back to their country of origin and have them exposed to a higher risk. So what's going on? In 2013, we had approximately 296 people, but last year we closed with a total of more than 180,000. So this is an exponential growth. So that is how we see this. So in order for me to get there and get close to these people, and let me tell you that I realized this during the pandemic. I managed to do this during the pandemic with the challenges. Of course, at the beginning, my field study was in shelters, but it was impossible. So through the snowball and intermediaries, and who were effective in helping me, I was going slowly, and I got to meet people, young people who were staying eventually in the metropolitan area in Guadalajara. So I was performing these interviews, semi-structured interviews, And we had this focus of the history of your life, like they rescue the narrative, the stories, your testimony. And this is an option that provides you the possibility of being able to situate this voice of the people affected in this process. And I also complemented this with the with biographies, and also I sent messages, audio, social media, and also I had to document the interviews and also the oral sources. So I'm going to skip this part and let me tell you the general idea. 10 of these people are subjected to international protection. So why is this a differential tool? Because we have to analyze this as a kind of a list. The first one is the main one. The first one is the shelter, and then international protection, political asylum, and in the case of the state of Mexico and the matters of immigration is humanitarian help or assistance. You can see this on the rules for LRCAP. That's the protection of the people who are subjected to these ideas. So at the beginning, we try to know how to get to the concepts and to a way of interpreting the idea. So we had at the beginning, we had to have this idea of the roles that they were playing, and then the biodiversity that we had together, and that which was affecting in a geographical matter to the people who were coming here. So now the shelter. How do these people come to this application? Because they were just passing by, they didn't know these resources existed. Andromeda says, well, they told me in a talk that I had the same rights as a Mexican did. So she went to Tapachula and she had a positive answer because she had the requirements, the legal requirements. But then we have another boy who had another application for shelter, and he said, well, they told me that I cannot travel anywhere with my residence, and also I have kind of a control because I have to let the National Immigration Institution that if I want to leave the country or if I want to travel. So yes, this is one of the reasons why these people who were just passing by had to stay. So complementary protection. This is for people who weren't receiving a positive response from the legal matter, but they cannot go back to their country of origin because of the high risk. So I have this another person. I have this person. I'm not a refugee, but what I do is that I have this complementary protection, and this is because of humanitarian reasons. And I would have been granted the asylum, but I had to ask for the complementary protection. So now we have the both of them. We have the asylum or for the protection for refugees, and also the complementary protection. So we had these people who are regularized immigrants who are living here, who were just passing by, and this wasn't their country of destiny, but they had to stop here and apply for refugee status and or complementary protection, and they had to stay at the end. So there's another one. So this is another way to stay in the country. This is a institutional regularization, and instead of you asking for the regular Mexican visa where they let you stay here for 12 months, this person was trying to. She was here, but she was trying to apply and apply to renew it, and then just life happened, and she wasn't able to renew it. So right now, she is an irregular here in this country. She doesn't have a regular status here. So I have another person. So well, the thing is, they didn't give it to me because I was not a minor. I was not a minor anymore, and they give me this identification document, but it's not useful for me to identify myself. And it was just to identify myself, but it doesn't work for anything because I don't get any rights out of it. And also, doors have been closed on my face because I only have this document to support my identity, but it doesn't give me the rights to do anything. So my reflections, of course, my conclusions go around the three options that I have. So the two options, I have the one that's provisional and the other one permanent.
These two are the ways that you can stay here in the country. And of course, we have documentation, and they can get the document, and there are some institutional rules that it can allow you to stay here in this country in a regular status. However, some other places don't respect or don't follow through. So there are people who can hire people who don't have a regular status. However, they don't comply with whatever rule they have to comply with a person who is Mexican. So what else? Also, they had the challenge of getting health services or health assistance because we don't have this mediator for the civil organizations and also the governmental organizations. We need some of them because they have to have a company whenever they are looking for health services or maybe labor services. And then the other processes, we have to understand that they exclude these people because they are always assessing them and submitting them to evaluations, and they have to prove that they are here with the regular documentation, but also they need help from another civil associations. So of course they put them into categories, and these categories are more harmful than good for them because they have to comply with the requirements before being able to receive whatever right they were looking for. So it is difficult for them because they have to get the approval for all these different organizations, and they have to have these different requirements. And that is why we generate categorizations, because not all of us are running away from the country because of the same reasons. We have different needs, and that's how they think that we have different rights. But this is how they are reducing the access for human rights for these people. And there's another thing. Of course, it's not a law that these people can get the humanitarian visa. This is a process that has to be renewed every time. They had to apply for the temporary residence and then permanent residence. And I'm
Gracias a
gonna
usted,
stop
maestra.
here because
Gracias.
I had my time.
Y
Thank you very much.
como
Thank you,
último
Professor.
punto de esta mesa tenemos
And
a
as the last
la
presenter
maestra
on this
Sandra Luz
table, we
Hernández
have Sandra Luz
Mar,
Hernandez,
a Leticia
Mar
Chávez Díaz
Leticia
y
Chavez
a Alba
Diaz,
González
and
Reyes
Alba Gonzalez
de la
Reyes
Universidad Veracruzana
from the
de México.
University of
El tema
Veracruz
de
in Mexico.
vivencias de duelo en las familias
It's
ante la
this is the
pérdida de un
experience of
familiar.
grief in families
Adelante,
when they
maestra.
suffer the loss of a migrant son.
Ok, hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leticia Chávez Díaz. En
Good
esta
afternoon. My
ocasión
name is Leticia
voy a
Chavez
hablar
Diaz.
sobre el tema
Today,
en el
I'm
cual
going to
estamos
talk to
trabajando,
you
que son
about the
las
subject
vivencias
or
del
the topic
duelo
that we are
en las
working on.
familias ante la pérdida
This
de
is
un
the
familiar.
experience of grief in the
Estamos
families when they
desde
lose a migrant child.
trabajando desde el cuerpo académico,
And
movilización
we are
ciudadana de
working
la
from
Universidad
this
Veracruzana
academic body on the daily
y
life. This is
Centro
the
Veracruzano
University of
Nacional.
Veracruz
Licenciada
with
Sandra
Dr.
Luz
Sandra Luz
y
Hernandez Mar,
Alba
Leticia
González
Chavez
Reyes.
Diaz, and
Ok,
Alba
cabe
Gonzalez
mencionar
Reyes.
que nosotros
I have to
empezamos a
mention that we
trabajar
started
desde un punto
working
muy importante
from
que es
an
que
important
la
point
trabajadora
where
social
we saw that a
estudia el
social
fenómeno
worker
de migración que
sees the
conlleva una
migration
problemática
phenomenon
específica.
creating a
Nosotros queremos
specific
sensibilizar
problematic.
y sensibilizar
The social work
a
has
cualquier
to
público
recognize
que
it
debe
and
ser muy intensivo como es
sensibilize
la migración.
the
¿Qué es lo que
situation.
situación de luto y
The
entendimiento
social worker has to be
en cuanto a la
sensitive
migración
towards
forzada,
this
debido a la
important topic
dificultad o
that's
necesidad y
immigration.
sentimientos de cada
So
una de las
also we have to
personas que
take into account
pertenecen a
that
cierta sociedad.
people,
Cabe
the
mencionar que
feelings of the
diferentes
people and the
situaciones
situations of every
surgen
people
a
who are
través
undergoing the
de
situation is
distintos,
important.
las comunidades
So
tienen
this
planes de
is
adaptarse,
coming from different places,
tienen la
from this
necesidad de
location in
acomodarse a las
Teotihuacan in
necesidades
Veracruz, and we have the opportunity to start here,
dependiendo de
but
los
also we're
países que
locating this study in
tienen
different
caso
places
desde la
or
ciudad de
specific
Tamaulipas,
places.
Puebla, Estado
We
de
have
México,
origin and
Oaxaca,
destinies is in
Nayarit, Chiapas,
Tamaulipas,
Baja
Puebla,
California y Tabasco.
the state of
Y
Mexico,
desde el plano
Oaxaca,
internacional
Chiapas, Baja California, and Tabasco.
realmente
And
apoyan mucho,
from
mucho
the
a los
international
países de Florida,
standpoint,
Georgia,
they
Texas,
always
California,
migrate to
Florida,
places like
buscando
California,
un comienzo
Georgia,
del día del
Texas,
norte,
Illinois,
una apertura hacia las
North
turísticas
Carolina,
desde mucho más
and
cerca,
they
que
also
es
are open to go to
Canadá.
another destiny a
Cabe
little bit
mencionar
closer or
que esta
further
investigación se
away
llevó a
in
cabo,
Canada.
pues obviamente
So this
primeramente
investigation
en Veracruz,
was
y que
placed in
los migrantes
Tehuantlan, Veracruz,
empezaban a trabajar
and
en las
migrants
familias
were
son
able to
jóvenes
go and
que
work for
realmente tienen una
families
edad entre
were young people who were with the age of 15 and 24 years of age. So they were vulnerable, they don't go to school, and I believe that everywhere you can see this problematic, but in different situations. The lack of jobs and also the low income jobs is the reason why they decide to leave the family. Some of them on their trajectory, they have unfortunate accidents and were looking for the American dream. We also have a different kind of problem. However, mainly this is one of the main reasons we don't have a complete family. And because of this, we have to see the grief of the mother. The different problems that we have is, yes, the deportation or the return of a migrant who had passed away. And this is very dramatic because of the time that the people are waiting, the families are waiting to receive or to get back the body because of course they are leaving the grief of the people who had suffered disappearances and they didn't manage to achieve the American dream. They have to wait from 4 to 15 days, and the company that they receive regularly because of the rules and the norms they have to follow is affected by this, and they also have to rely on whatever family member they have living in the United States. And if they don't have anyone living there, then it has to be done through the Mexican consulate, who designates a person who was able to make the transmit or the application for transfer. So what else can we talk about? We can also say that families tended to fall apart because the emotions are actually very distinct, very different, because they are also have the question of what happened, why didn't he arrive, what happened to him, did he suffer? That is the anguish that times goes by and they cannot manage to leave it behind. So the question was, how do parents live the grief when they lose the child or a son who was a migrant? So our goals was to get to know the grief process that parents go through when they lose a child who or a son who tried to be a migrant on the municipality of Tihuatán, Veracruz. So we had to know how they were affected of receiving the news that they had lost a child. And then we had to describe the process of the grief when they were waiting for the transfer of the body, and then identify the change on the family structure after losing a migrant son. So the methodology that we use, of course, we have to do a qualitative investigation or research, and then the phenomenon method, and we have to do interviews as the instrument of our research, and also the life story of these families. So we have this analysis categories about the mothers who suffer from the loss of a child or of a son. Mainly, it was the names were anonymous for these people who suffer the loss of a son, but they were between 44 and 88 years of age. Their school was up to primary school, and they were housemakers. So the emotions, of course, they were unstable because they know that they had an absent son that they knew they weren't going to be able to see again. And then the sadness because of the physical distance because of the migration. And it was complicated because we had to see this through the study of this investigation. And then the pain of the loss of a son is never going to go away. As we know, even if time goes by, the feeling is there. Can you imagine whenever you don't see your own child? Can you imagine? Can you imagine the process of a lot of feeling, and it can be maybe several years or maybe the lifetime to be able to recover from that loss. So the repatriation of a body or maybe the ashes of the body is very expensive and complex because it requires different requirements according to international rules of health, of the health and the border organization services. So I'm going to tell you one of the stories, only one of the stories of the people that were interviewed. So this is when he left. The day came when he had to leave, and I asked, "Who is going with you? Four friends. I'm going to go with four friends." And I tried to get information of who else was going to be able to get in touch with them. And when he left, he said goodbye to his sisters and his dad. The person who was going to cross them over told them to take some canned food and also water to drink during the trajectory. So I said goodbye on his friend's house, Juan's house, and his wife was going to take them to de Escobedo. And when they were leaving, I gave him a kiss and I gave him my blessing. Please don't forget us, I told him, and get in touch with me whenever you go to Reynosa. Yes, Mama, I'm gonna be calling. And then I said, don't worry, I'm gonna be fine, my son said, and I'm gonna talk to you soon. So I said, take care, son. So after that, days passed by, and I was asking the wife of the friend that if she had any information about what happens, and she said, well, he's not answering the phone, so I believe they are in the US already. So they are just waiting. They must be waiting to go to for someone to pick them up. So I believed what the lady was saying because her husband had left many times before. So I still remember the date the mother said on June 28 when I saw people started coming to my house, and I was asking, what are you doing here? And they told me they just told us about this sad news, and we came here to be with you in this difficult moment. I believe every mom has a moment of difficulty because they didn't know about the news that they were about to deliver to them. So the transfer took 5 to 6 days, and I always remember these are the 6 worst days of my life. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I didn't want to know anything. I just wanted for someone to come and tell me it was a lie, your son is okay, but that was never going to happen. So of course we had this feeling on the throat because we weren't even able to see. We are not able to hug our loved ones, and we're not able to be of a company for these people and help them with the problematics or the problems that you can find in the immigration process. Of course, the conclusions, the grief, and the pain, the parents who lost a child, a son who was a migrant, it starts from the moment that they knew the parents are conscious of whatever the children or the sons are going to live when they are trying to pass by and go to the US. They are ready to know that their children or their sons are going to suffer through something, but they are always waiting for them to be okay. So the impact of this news of the impact this kind of news have on the parents, of course it's very difficult on the family because if they have younger children on the family, you can see drug addiction and you can see violence, and the family itself falls apart. So it was a pleasure for me to share with you this
Gracias a
investigation.
usted,
Thank you.
maestra Leti, muy amable por su participación. Y pues con esta
And with
participación
this
de la
participation
maestra de la Universidad
of the
Veracruzana,
professors from
estaríamos
the
terminando la exposición de
University of
la
Veracruz, we're
defensa.
going to
Estaríamos
wrap
en
up
los
the
tiempos para
presentation.
preguntarles
Now,
si alguno de
we
ustedes tuviera algún
currently have,
comentario,
if you, some of you have a
alguna
comment,
duda
any
sobre las
question
ponencias presentadas
regarding the
en la defensa de
presentations
hoy,
that we have
porque
had today,
la verdad todas muy
that to be honest,
interesantes.
all
Esta
of
es una
them
lástima
were
este
very
tiempo
interesting. And
que
it's
nos
always
come
um,
en estos
it's a
eventos que
sad
queremos
fact that we
escuchar
don't
toda
have
la
that
ponencia
sufficient time.
completa, ¿verdad? Todas las investigaciones
We
son bastante
certainly would like to
interesantes
see
y
the full perspective
bueno,
of
pues
the presentations, but
alguien tuviera
due
alguna
to the lack of time,
pregunta,
we weren't able to do so.
algún comentario,
Someone here has a question or a
que
comment.
comente.
You want to go to have lunch, right? That's what's happening. I see.
Bueno,
Okay.
pues adelante.
Well, yes, I have the microphone right here.
Permítame
One moment,
para que
please.
los ponentes que están aquí
So
todavía
that
conectados nos
way,
puedan atender.
those who are online can answer the question. Thank you. To be honest, you do learn a lot with these presentations. And certainly today was not the exception. There's always something new. Maybe because I am a bit emotional, but I would like to highlight what Dr. Gonzalez said. Funny that she lives in El Salvador. She comes and sits here, and some people that live in Mexico are currently from home or the workforce. But yeah, that's how it is. Technology has its virtues. But I would like to congratulate you, Professor Gonzalez. And I also question myself if you don't have any trouble going back, because in our country sometimes when we talk more than we can chew, sometimes you can be accused of so many things. But to be honest, by seeing thousands and thousands of gang members and Mara Salvatruchas, the way they're treated or half naked, I don't think that they're being given food. I think they're being fed like animals. And many of the Maras are a product of migration. You know better than I do, because they used to live in Los Angeles, California originally, many years ago, and they were deported. They could keep up with them, our dear cousins, American cousins, and they deported the Maras to El Salvador. We have some Maras here in Mexico, but I'm pretty sure that their behavior is being diluted, and we don't have a clear idea what they're doing. But what calls my attention, and I would like to wrap up my question, is that what you mentioned, there's some people that are actually cheering for this, where unfortunately the human rights are completely broken. There's not even a glimpse of justice, compassion, or humanism, or religion, Christianism, or whatever you can mention. So that it quite calls my attention that with this populism, with this type of situation, nationalistic behavior, it's actually celebrating this, and it's quite severe. But congratulations to you.
Muchas gracias, maestro.
Thank you, Professor.
Quisiera
And I would like,
darles.
yes, of course, I would like to.
No, está prendido.
Ya, hoy sí. Eh, espero que no. Si
I
no, no
certainly
fuéramos
hope not,
académicos.
because we wouldn't be academics in the first
Algo
place.
que decir, la verdad.
We have to
Eh,
say something, and
sí, es cierto.
it is true, and I
Hay
do share
temas,
what you
pero
said. We do have issues,
se debe entender
but we need
los
to
años y años
understand that
estos barrios
how many
también
years,
prisioneros
several years, these
de
people
Allende.
have been in prison.
Eh, es cierto, son ahorita 40,000
Right now, we have, I
los que
think,
están
40,000
prisioneros,
which
pero
are currently
también
locked up. But
estos
also,
40,000
these
tenían a su jefe dentro de
40,000, they also had their own
y de
boss
ellos se
inside
les
their
daba
jails,
para
and
hacer
they would receive orders
todo el
inside
crimen que
the
cometían
jails
en el país
so they could
y
commit all the
fuera
crimes in the countries,
estaban
inside
los
and outside
que
the country. And outside
organizaban
there were those who were obeying orders.
las fiestas dentro
And
de
they
las
were
barriadas.
having
Llegaban
quite
artistas
significant parties. Sometimes they would receive
a
Mexican
la cárcel a hacer
artists,
fiestas
singers.
y eso lo ha quitado con este régimen que
and
tenemos.
under the current regime, it's not
Pero
allowed
si
anymore.
uno
But
se pone
if
y uno hace el
you
mapeo de cuánta gente
actually
murió en
map
prisión
out how
durante
many
los
people
2 años
were
de ellos,
imprisoned,
entonces es de entenderles por qué
it,
ellos están
you can
agradecidos de
understand
eso,
why they
porque si
are
su
thankful
familia
because of it.
se
Because if
moría
their
y no
family
tiene,
member
no tiene
would die,
capacidad de
and because they
hacerle un
didn't
entierro,
have the
porque el gobierno no lo
capacity
paga, lo hace
to
en su
arrange a
casa,
funeral, they would,
pero tenía que pedir
arrange the funeral
autorización
at home, but
al
they had to
gobierno
ask
de la Mara para
for
que la
permission
familia
to the
pudiera
gang member, so
asistir
that way the family were
pudiera
able
ir
to
y no
attend
podía ingresar.
the
Entonces
funeral
esa
services.
gente,
So
aunque no
these
tenga un
people,
problema para comer,
even though they
trabajan
had
en el
issues,
salario mínimo,
because they work and they
eso
earn the
lo
minimum
ven bien
wage,
porque ellos se
they
sienten
see
ahora
that okay
liberados,
because now they feel
pero no
free,
entienden
but they don't understand
la utilización que
the
están
the
haciendo de
use
ellos.
they're
Entonces, es parte de
that
lo que
they're being
nosotros
used,
deberíamos de
and
hacer
it's
como
part of what
academia,
we
pues
should do as
aclarar
academia
eso.
to
Pero tienes razón,
clear that. But
todo
you're right,
mundo
not everyone has
ni puede, ni quiere,
that possibility,
porque les
nor
decía antes,
wants.
tiene los 3 poderes del Estado,
Um,
decide,
not everyone
debería
has
hacer
all the three
cualquier
powers,
ley que se,
so
sin
not everyone
discusión se
can
aprueba.
decide a law,
Y la
create a law,
oposición,
and
que hizo todo lo
have it
posible
approved. And the political
para que
opposition that
siguiera prohibiendo,
made
no
a
tiene
greatest
voz
efforts
ahora ni
doesn't
poder
have
para reclamar
a
nada.
way to
Porque cosas que
claim
está
anything
haciendo,
because many things that is being
insignificantes para
done
uno, pero para
may be
esta
insignificant for
gente
some people, but for
bueno,
these people it's good. It's a
el
positive
cambio de
thing.
las pensiones.
The change on the
Cuando estuvo
pension
el
system.
FMLN, el Frente Faramundo Martí, que para los
But
jóvenes que
when
fue
the
dirigido
FML was
12 años en la guerra en El Salvador,
were the
para
ones that
que
were directing the
y le
guerrilla,
venden a la gente la idea de que iba a mejorar las
and
pensiones
they sold
y
the
que
idea that the
al
pension
final
was going
la
to
gente
improve.
que
In the end,
ganó
what happened? People
$1,000
who are earning
tenía
$2,000,
$60
they have a pension of $400. Who's able
Entonces,
to
¿qué
live
ha
with
hecho
that?
este señor,
So
el
this
presidente? Ha
gentleman
incrementado el 30% de las
has
pensiones.
increased 30% of the
Otra
pension.
cosa,
You know,
30%
30%
para
doesn't
la
sound that
gente,
big,
pero
but
resulta que yo les contaba a
turns
mi
out
padre
my father,
de 86 años,
he's
él
86
tiene una
years old,
pensión de
he
$2,000
has a pension of
y ya recibe
$2,000, and
2,600.
now he's
Eso no
receiving
es
to
justo.
2,600.
Y le digo, "Oye, eso no es justo,
And I tell him
no
that's not
necesita ya.
fair. You don't need that
Eso
money anymore.
no debió ser así como lo está haciendo, pero cuando es populismo,
You know,
resulta
but
que
when
eso es para ganar los
it's
votos, sobre todo
populism,
eso. Tiene un salario
populism has the
mínimo de
purpose of
300
earning
alto y te
votes.
sube a 400,
If you're
y a la
earning
gente le sirve,
2,000
incluso
and then you
nos
suddenly
ayuda
earn
a cambiar de
$2,600,
este trabajo y
and
recibe por
people
$400. El
who
sistema de salud
are
sigue
working
pagado.
at
Hay
maintenance or
cosas
custodian
pocas que
services, well,
creo
they
que
stop working
hacen
because they
que
earn
esta gente
less.
no quiera.
So
Claro,
many
nosotros
things are
no
happening, and many people
analizamos
like
más
that
allá de lo que
president.
está pasando,
Of course,
pero la
we
gente no, y es el 90% de la
analyze
población.
what's going on
No solo nuestras,
beyond
sino las
those
encuestas
actions, and many
de
people don't
otros
do that.
organismos que no son
If you
del
notice,
país. O sea,
that
es
current
complicado, es un
president has
fenómeno
a huge popularity.
sociológico,
It's a
político, que tenemos
sociological
que tener con trabajo social,
and
con
political
derecho
issue.
internacional,
It's quite
que
complex,
debemos analizar.
and we
El
have to
país,
analyze
le
this.
decía ahí
The
una
country, as I
compañera que dice
mentioned,
que
one of my
trabaja acá,
colleagues,
el tema de las cárceles.
the topic of
Debemos de
the
tratar de
prisons,
hacer un
we have to
análisis
try
de
to
caída de
conduct the
eso que está
research to
pasando en El
look at the
Salvador.
prisons to see
Porque
what
el
is going on
fenómeno
in El Salvador,
de
because it's
estudio
a quite
ojalá que me
a
dejen
phenomenon to study.
venir
Hopefully, they will allow me to come back, and hopefully, Mexico will allow me to
Muchas
return
gracias,
once again.
doctora, y les
Thank you, doctor.
agradecemos
And
al
we
público
thank
en
the
general por su
audience
asistencia
for
en esta
being
segunda
here in
mesa.
this
Les doy la
second
palabra a la
table.
doctora
I'll
Estela
give the
para
floor to
que nos
Professor
dé
Marisela
alguna
because she
información.
has some information.
Muchas gracias. Pues
Thank you very
por su
much
excelente
for your
moderación,
excellent
doctora Reina Alicia Arriaga
moderating
Bueno,
skills, Dr.
de
Alicia
la
Arriaga Bueno
Universidad
from
Autónoma
the
de Coahuila. Muchas gracias
Autonomous
por
University of
la
Coahuila. Thank you for
moderación.
moderating this table.
Vamos a
And we're going
continuar
to
un
continue
receso
with a
para
recess,
comida
lunch
y
recess,
vamos a
and then
reanudar
we're
a
going
las
to come
12:15
back at
con el
2:15
panel de
with
estudiantes.
the student panel.
Tenemos
We
que se van a
have
conectar de
many
a
of
la
them are going
Universidad
to
de
log in from
Chicago,
the University of
Sinaloa,
Chicago,
de
Sinaloa,
Coahuila,
Coahuila,
Nuevo
Nuevo
León,
León,
Canadá,
Canada,
también
and
de
also
México,
from
de Colorado
Mexico
y del Río Valley,
and from the Rio Grande Valley
va
in
a estar a
Texas.
cargo con la moderación del doctor
And
Pedro
Dr.
Iznardo
Pedro
y
Iznardo is
de
going to
la
moderate the
profesora
table. and Ana Karen Salgado, UNAM alumni. Professor Maricela, we have Dr. Virginia. She's raising her hand.
Sí, adelante.
Yes.
Hola, muchas gracias y
Hello,
disculpo.
thank you, and I'm sorry.
Bueno, a mí me parece
I think
muy importante resaltar las
it's important to
participaciones
highlight
de
the
todas las mesas,
participation
claro,
of
porque
all of the
finalmente
tables
uno de los
because
objetivos es
at the end,
sensibilizar
when
a
the
la
objective
población,
is
¿no? Y
to
darnos la
uh,
posibilidad de
generate
ir
conscience in the
comprendiendo el
population and
entramado
to
tan complejo que
understand
supone un
the
fenómeno como
complex
los procesos
phenomenon
migratorios.
such as the
En ese
migratory
sentido,
process.
creo
In that
que
sense, I
la
think
invitación a todos
that
los
the
trabajadores
invitation to
sociales en
all of
formación es
the social
justamente
workers and the
a
students
hacer no
are
solamente
focused, should be focused not
a
only
ser
to
críticos y operativos
be
en los espacios
critical
donde tenemos cabida. Y en ese
in
sentido,
the
creo
spaces where
que
they work, but also to
esta
be
mesa es muy
operational. And I think this
esperanzadora
table
porque, como
is very
fuimos
hopeful
viendo,
because as we have seen,
bueno, su trabajo está volcado hacia la
their
atención
work
de
is
las infancias, ¿no?
focused
El hablar de
toward
sus derechos, de la
migrant
educación, la salud
minors,
mental,
the health,
y
the
todos estos
right of
derechos que tendrían que abarcar
have a
pues claro todos,
meal,
pero que
and of
finalmente
course,
están tratando una población
at the
que
end, they're
además de la
focusing on a
vulnerabilidad
population that
que
also
suponen,
it's the
pues
most vulnerable population,
son
but it's
pues son sujetos de suma
they're
importancia
um,
para todos, ¿no? Aquellos que
quite
tenemos a la
important for
mano
all of us, those
sobrinos
who have
y todos los que
nephews and
somos hijos.
daughters
Entonces,
and sons,
en
and all
ese
of us who are
sentido,
here.
yo creo
So in
que
that
el
sense,
resaltar el trabajo que están
I
haciendo
think that by
compañeros
highlighting the
como
work that
Minerva, Leticia,
colleagues like Minerva,
los chicos de
Leticia,
Honduras, El Salvador,
the team from
se
Honduras and El
exponen no
Salvador,
solamente una serie de riesgos por la
it is
volatilidad
not only poses a certain
y
type of
las
risks
condiciones en
because
las
of
que vamos
vulnerability and the conditions that
acompañando a la
are
población con la que trabajamos, sino
that the
también
population
es un
has, but
cuestionamiento a
also
las instituciones en donde
it's
realizamos trabajo
questioning
de
the
campo, de
institutions where
acercamientos. Supone una crítica para nosotros
it's
porque nos hace pensar en qué tan
because we
independientes somos
think
cuando estamos
how
haciendo nuestras
independent we
investigaciones,
are when we're
el
carrying out our
compromiso y la colaboración que realizamos
research
y por otro
and the
lado
commitment that
la
we
constitución
um,
de los otros, ¿no?
stand and
Ahora que
also
Minerva hablaba me
the
hacía pensar
collaboration of other
mucho
people.
en
Minerva,
esto de
as
los
she was
albergues
talking,
política
we
penitenciaria
began to
y
talk
todo
about the open and the
cómo
open
configuran
door
una serie de
shelters
situaciones que
and
son
how
altamente
they
riesgosas
pose
y
to
en los
different type
cuales
of situations
podemos
that are
todos
quite different,
nosotros incidir. Entonces,
and we can
solamente para
or
felicitar a mis
find this.
compañeros
So
de mesa,
I
me
would like to
pareció una
congratulate
mesa
our
bastante
colleagues at the
interesante
table. I think it was an interesting table.
y no es casualidad
And
que
it's
mis
not by
mesas hayan estado tan
happenstance that the
presentes el día de
children
hoy,
were
sobre
present
todo porque
as the
al
main
parecer se trata
conversation
de
today
temas
because
que
you're dealing with
en el mundo
topics
de la migración
that in the migration
recientemente
world
cobran más
it is
importancia
starting
como es el
to
tema de la salud
gather
mental.
more
Entonces yo
importance.
creo que hay muchos de los
Topics like
aspectos que
mental
debemos
health.
ponerle atención. Sin
I
más,
think that
felicito a mis
we'd
compañeros
like
y
to
enhorabuena por
congratulate you
esta
once
reunión,
again,
que sigan
and it's a
sensibilizando
good
a todos los que
meeting.
andamos
Hopefully, we
y
can
que nos estamos
create
formando por
conscience
acá, ¿no?
more and
Muchísimas
more.
gracias.
Thank you all.
Muchísimas
Thank
gracias,
you
maestra
all.
Betancourt.
Thank you, Professor Bentancourt.
Es muy importante las
It is very
reflexiones
important to
a las que
reflect,
llega y resaltar la participación
and
de esta mesa, que
your
es una de
conclusions are
las
quite
más
important. This
numerosas
is
el día de hoy.
one of
Entonces, vamos a
the
darnos un
tables that had the
descanso.
more attendance. So let's
Con
take a
respecto
break,
también a
and
los
also
ponentes
um,
que se van a conectar, vamos
also we're
con
going
un
to
poquito de
shorten
reposo y
the
los volvemos
recess,
a esperar
and
aquí a las
we
14:15.
expect you
Muchas
back at
gracias.
2:15. Thank you all.
Gracias, hasta luego.
Okay, got it.
Muy bien.
Very well.
Tenemos un panel de
We
estudiantes
have a
de
panel of
licenciatura, maestría y
students
doctorado, como ustedes saben,
of,
de nuestra conferencia regional de
as you
trabajo
know,
social y
the
migración
conference
de México, Estados Unidos, Canadá y
in Mexico,
Centroamérica.
United States, and Central America.
Y esto, estamos en
And
tiempo, quedamos 2:15, ¿verdad?
this, it's 2:15, right? It
Son las
is
2:16.
2:16.
Ya nos pasamos un minutito.
So we are a
Bueno,
little bit behind schedule.
eh,
Um,
para
so
escucharnos,
we can
quisiera
talk.
saludar
First of all, I would like
a
to
la maestra Chelsea
welcome
Sánchez.
Professor
Buenas tardes.
Chelsea Sanchez. Hello, Chelsea.
Hola, hi.
Muchas gracias, Chelsea.
Thank you, Chelsea.
A Jenny Carmen Cabrera Bautista.
Jenny
Buenas
Carmen
tardes.
Carrera Bautista. Hello.
Buenas tardes.
Sinaloa presente.
Sinaloa is
Maravilloso.
present.
Gracias.
It's good. Thank
María de
you.
la Luz sobre
María de la
Villa
Luz sobre
Cruz.
Villa Cruz.
María del Sagrario
María del
Vargas
Sagrario
Espadas.
Vargas
María de
Espadas.
Lourdes Hernández
And
Escalante.
María de Lourdes
¿Se encuentran presentes?
Escalante. Are you present?
Aquí no están a mi lado, pero están
They're not
presentes por acá.
here
Muchas
in
gracias,
person,
maravilloso.
but they're somewhere
Bienvenidas a la Ciudad de México,
across the other
Trabajo
line.
Social,
Welcome
todos
to
los
Mexico
ejecutivos
City and
presentes
welcome to
aquí.
National School of Social Work.
Bueno,
You can go on
Angélica
and on.
Yolanda Mata
Maybe
Ortega
Yolanda Mata
de
Ortega
la Universidad del
from
Río Grande Valley,
the
Texas.
University of Texas, Rio
Bienvenida.
Grande Valley. Welcome.
Elvin,
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
no tenemos pantalla, ¿verdad?
We don't have the screen on, right?
No vamos a tener pantalla.
We won't have the screen on?
Bueno,
Okay.
pantalla pequeña.
Okay,
Hola,
small screen.
muchas
Hello.
gracias.
Thank you for joining
¿Cuántos
us.
mensajes, Elvin?
We have
Muchas
so many
gracias.
messages, Sylvia. Thank you.
O Camille Morjú, espero
I
pronunciar
hope that I
bien,
got
no
the
nos
name
aguantará
right. I
bien
don't
el
like to
apellido.
mistreat
Edith
names.
Reinaga
Edith
y Noemí
Reinaga
Rosales de
and Noemi
Loyola University
Rosales from the
Chicago.
University of Loyola,
Bienvenidas.
Chicago.
Hola, hola.
Welcome. Hello, hello.
Hola, gracias.
Hello, thank you.
Magnífico.
Greetings. Excellent.
A Prince Chiaguzi
Prince
Ego
Chagosi
de la Universidad de Calgary. ¿Se encuentra?
He or
I
her present?
Yeah. Gracias.
forgive me, I
Bienvenido.
can't speak Spanish, so I'm going to speak English.
My Spanish is not that good, so I'm going to talk in English.
Gerardo Talavera Cervantes.
Gerardo Talavera
doctor,
Cervantes,
buenas tardes,
doctor.
muchas gracias.
Hello, welcome.
Hola, hola, buenas tardes. Por
Thank
acá.
you.
Saludos.
Hello, hello.
Gracias,
Greetings.
director. qué
Thank you.
amable.
How kind of you. Um,
Muchas gracias.
Thank you
Vamos
all.
a
So
presentar
we're
para
going
algunos
to
elementos de la mecánica a
present
seguir la
the
voz de la
instructions so
licenciada
we
Ana
can
Karen Salgado
follow
y de ahí
Professor
retornamos
Karen,
para iniciar
then
académicamente nuestra
we
sesión.
can begin our session.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello,
Buenas
how are you
tardes
doing?
a todas.
Good afternoon,
Todo es un
welcome.
gusto para nosotros estar
It
aquí.
is a great pleasure
Ahora que
to be
confirmamos
here,
que
and
todos los
now we can
estudiantes
confirm that
están
all the
presentes,
students are present.
podemos, me
We
confirman que
can,
todos escuchan,
can
que todos
you
no tienen ningún
Yeah, you
problema.
confirm that everyone can hear?
Ok, bien. Bueno,
Anyone?
tenemos una
We
participación
have a
aproximada de
participation of
5
about
minutos por
5
presentación.
minutes per
En esta de las
presentation,
presentaciones donde participan 3
where
personas,
3 people
será
are
de 8
participating. It will
minutos.
be 8
Un
minutes
minuto antes
presentation.
de concluir,
1 minute
alzaré mi
before
folder que
we
pueden ver en la pantalla y significa que
time's
tienen
up,
1
I will
minuto para
raise my
concluir su
folder,
participación.
and that is a signal that you only have 1 minute
5
to
minutos.
wrap up your
Bien.
presentation. So
Dentro
5 minutes individual
de
presentations,
las
8
diferentes
minutes
ponencias
team presentation. Now,
aquí tenemos
based
dos
on the
preguntas
presentation, we
retomadoras
also
que
have
esperamos
2
ir abordando durante la
trigger
presentación.
questions.
La primera
The first one
es ¿cuál es
is,
el aporte
what is
original
the
e innovador de su
original,
investigación e intervención al fenómeno migratorio?
what is your
Y la segunda,
research given
¿qué
to
meta
the
o
community?
desafío en el
And what
corto plazo
challenge do you have
podemos
on a
lograr
short term?
atender, encauzar
Then
o
we can
generar respuestas
put
tangibles a
attention
favor de las
or
familias,
create
comunidades
a
o
solution in the
políticas
benefit of
públicas
the families,
orientadas a personas en
communities,
movilidad?
and those who are
Podemos iniciar, doctor.
in migration.
Muchas
That
gracias.
can begin.
Muy
Thank you.
eficiente, licenciada Ana Karen, así que hay que
Ana
seguir
Karen is
todos sus
quite
reglas, si no,
clear, so we
vamos a
have to
tener
follow
problemas,
suit,
¿verdad?
otherwise we're going to
Muchas
have some
gracias.
issues, right? Thank you.
Bueno,
Well,
lo ideal entonces es que
the
sus
ideal is that your,
exposiciones versen en lo posible sobre estas dos
hopefully your
preguntas
presentation will
eje,
be based
qué es
on
original en
these
su
2
proyecto o en
questions,
sus intervenciones o en sus investigaciones para
either your
nuestras
research,
comunidades migrantes y hacia
focus on
dónde,
the
¿no?
migrant communities.
¿Cuál es
Where
la
are we headed?
perspectiva
What is the
que ustedes
perspective
están
that you
visualizando? Debe
visualize
de imprimirse, debe de articularse, puede o debería realizarse para darle su lugar
could be
a lo que está
addressed
pasando
to
ante lo que
tackle what
estamos
is happening,
advirtiendo, lo que estamos enfrentando en nuestros procesos
what the
migratorios.
challenges that we have
Quisiera dar la
due to
palabra de la
migration.
Universidad de Houston a
I would
Chelsea
like to give the
Sánchez,
floor to the University of
a
Houston, Chelsea
Trauma
Sanchez.
Informing Policy Analysis of the Non-Immigrant Status Program, TIVISA. Por
To
favor,
the
Chelsea, si eres
Tivisa.
tan amable.
Chelsea, if you're so kind to join us.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Pedro. Hi, everyone. My name is Chelsea Sanchez, and
Hola,
I
yo
did
soy
my
Chelsea
doctoral
Sánchez.
degree at the
Estoy
University of Houston.
realizando mi
I'm
trabajo
also a licensed social worker, and
My
my
practice
practice
experience and
experience
research
and research
focuses
focuses
on the
on the
intersection
intersection
of
of migration and
migration.
human trafficking. Today, I am sharing with you my research on the T non-immigrant status, also known as the T visa program, which is an immigration relief program in the United States for foreign national victims of trafficking. And my research is unique because I analyzed the U.S. response to trafficking of foreign nationals, utilizing the trauma-informed principles, which had not been done before. And so we can move on to the next slide.
A la siguiente diapositiva.
So human trafficking occurs when a person is exploited through force, fraud, or coercion to provide commercial sex or labor services. An estimated 50 million individuals are impacted by human trafficking worldwide, which generates more than $150 billion annually in illicit profits. And there are three populations that have been identified as particularly vulnerable to experiencing trafficking. And these populations include women, children, and migrants. And we can keep moving forward. The Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection Act was established by the United States Congress in 2000 to address human trafficking. The primary purpose of the TVPA is to strengthen the ability of law enforcement agencies to investigate and prosecute trafficking in persons while also offering protection to victims of such crime without the immediate risk of moving from the country. And this slide particularly demonstrates the action means purpose model, which outlines the TVPA definition. And so one of the actions has to happen through the means of force, fraud, and coercion for the purpose of sex or forced labor. And as we keep moving forward, the TVPA established immigration relief through the T non-immigrant status
Dear
program.
Chelsea, are you listening me?
Yes.
I take to 1 minute, please,
I'm going to ask you for
for a
Okay.
technical problem.
because we have a
I've already
technical
talked for 4 minutes. Great.
Thank you. Excuse me. Let me see 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Por favor, todas ustedes, todos pueden, si nos lo conceden, tomar una diadema y pueden estar justo en la traducción en tiempo real. ¿Pueden ayudarme?
Interpretation real time. They're outside. So the only thing that you need is have your ID in hand.
Perdón. Sí. Está bien, pero estás al 100%. Use audience with us audience. We take to a dispositive for the
We're asking
ears,
the audience to
okay?
grab a earset
Chelsea?
so that way they can follow.
For the listen the session.
Can you say that again?
1 minute, please.
Just give us a minute, please, so
Chelsea.
they can grab a headset so they can follow the interpretation. Thank you. Muy buenas tardes, jóvenes. Espero que me puedan escuchar perfectamente bien. Si me escuchan bien, lancen un ladrillo a la cabina. Y si oigo ruido, es que sí me están escuchando. Si me escuchan a perfección, Probando, uno, dos, tres. Probando, uno, dos, tres. Del mismo autor de 4, 5 y 6. ¿Y me escuchan todos? ¿Todas? No olviden encender su aparatito, si no, no me van a escuchar. Todas me escuchan
We
perfecto.
need ability the interpreter in the OS session Zoom, okay?
A ver si me escuchan todas. Si tienen sus audífonos bien puestos.
¿Por qué tú eres hospedadora, verdad? No, ella no es hospedadora. Es que tampoco sirve, la sacaron.
A ver si me escuchan por ahí.
Entonces, ¿quién es hospedadora?
Probando, probando. Si me escuchan todas. A ver, volteen a ver a la cabina, a ver si me escuchan bien o no.
Time out, Chelsea.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
No, it's a job.
Perfecto, bueno, sí me están
Don't
escuchando.
worry.
Muy bien. Bueno, gracias por su atención. Yo soy Dorian Vázquez, soy profesor de traducción e interpretación de la Universidad de Texas del Valle del Río Grande. Pues vamos a dar la interpretación inglés-español, español inglés el día de hoy. Recuerden que...
Quienes se pusieron su audio, ¿sí escuchan?
¿Escuchan?
Allá de arriba, maravilloso.
Perfectísimo.
Muy bien.
¿Okay? Bueno, estamos probando para la gente de Zoom, estamos probando el audio aquí con las personas que están presentes. For those of you that are present in Zoom, we're actually testing the headsets with the student population here at UNAM. So the interpreter will be talking in English and in Spanish for the next minute or so.
Bien, vamos a reanudar nuestra sesión.
Para los que nos acompañan aquí en la sala, estaré hablando en inglés y en español, entonces, para que sepan cuándo retirárselo y cuándo colocárselo. Chao, si puede repetir lo que dijo, sí, cómo no, no hay problema. Bueno, vamos a regresar a la primera diapositiva.
All right.
Muy bien.
Hi everyone, my name is Chelsea Sanchez and I'm pursuing my doctoral
Yo
degree at the
soy
University of
estudiante de
Houston in
doctorado
Texas.
de
I'm
Houston.
also a licensed social worker
También
and my
soy un
practice experience and
trabajador
research
social
focuses on the intersection of migration and human trafficking.
de
Today
mi-
I'm sharing with you my research on the T non-immigrant status, also known as the T visa program, which is an immigration relief program in the United States for foreign national victims of human trafficking. My research is unique because I analyzed the U.S. response to trafficking of foreign nationals utilizing trauma-informed principles. So next slide. Human trafficking occurs when a person is exploited through force, fraud, or coercion to provide commercial sex or labor services. And if you want to move to the next slide, please. An estimated 50 million individuals are impacted by human trafficking worldwide, which generates more than $150 billion annually in illicit profit. And 3 populations have been identified as particularly vulnerable to experiencing trafficking. These populations include women, children, and migrants. Next slide, please. The Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection Act was established by the United States Congress in 2000 to address human trafficking, and the primary purpose of the TVPA is to strengthen law enforcement's ability to investigate and prosecute trafficking in persons while also offering protection to victims of this crime without their fear of the immediate risk of being removed from the country. And this slide particularly demonstrates the action means purpose model, which outlines the TVPA definition. And so one of the actions listed here has to happen through the means of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of commercial sex or forced labor. And as we keep moving to the next slide, the TVPA established immigration relief through the T non-immigrant status program that enables certain victims of trafficking in persons to remain in the United States for an initial period of up to 4 years. And it also allows certain qualifying family members of trafficking as well to remain in the country. And so we'll keep going. So I utilize the trauma-informed social policy principles to analyze the eligibility requirements of this program, as well as the characteristics of applicants. And this data has been published by the Department of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. And the 6 core principles include safety, trustworthiness and transparency, collaboration and peer support, empowerment, choice, and intersectionality. And we keep moving forward. An applicant is eligible for the T non-immigrant status program if they are or were a victim of a severe form of trafficking in persons, if they are physically present in the United States or one of its territories, if they've complied with law enforcement, and if they demonstrate that they would suffer harm if removed from the United States, and finally, if they are admissible to the United States. The next slide. The results of my analysis found that the T non-immigrant status program is underutilized by 3 primary groups. Furthermore, my analysis found that a high percentage of denied applicants filed with legal assistance. Keep going forward. So the first group identified as underutilizing the T non-immigrant status program is the Department of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services itself. Every fiscal year, USCIS can award a maximum of 5,000 principal T visas, and principal refers to the victim of trafficking themselves. And there's no maximum number of T visas that can be awarded to derivative applicants, and that refers to family members. From fiscal years 2008 to 2021, which is 13 years, a total of 65,000 principal applicants could have immigration relief through the T visa program. However, only 8,550 applicants were granted T non-immigrants. Next slide. The second group underutilizing the T non-immigrant status program includes law enforcement. Of the total number of approved applicants, remember our 13-year period is 8,550. Only 7,170 did not file Form I-94, which is a form filed by law enforcement to certify that the principal applicant did cooperate with their request. And so that is showing that law enforcement only provided this form for 16% of people who were approved. The next slide, please. The third group underutilizing the T visa program includes foreign nationals without a class of admission. USCIS reported that 23% of the total number of approved applicants did not state a class of admission, and this refers to their legal status in the U.S. And so if a person is not admissible to the United States, that means that they do not have a temporary legal status, and they then must, even if they are found to be a confirmed victim of trafficking, they must complete Form I-192, which also comes with a $930 filing fee. And if we just multiply $930 by the nearly 2,000 people who didn't have a class of admission, this group of people in particular paid almost $2 million in just the fee for the application. And to me, that is a problem because we're already we're exploiting individuals who have already experienced financial exploitation. And the next slide, the final notable finding is that a high percentage of denied applicants filed with legal assistance. In fiscal year 2021, there were 710 applicants who were denied the T visa immigration status, and 89% of those individuals filed with legal representation. And that to me shows that there's inadequate training of other professionals, as well as just inconsistent application of the T visa definition, which law enforcement and legal professionals operate under the TVPA definition of human trafficking. Next slide, please. And so to enhance the effectiveness of the program, I propose the following recommendations that incorporate the trauma and social policy principles. I recommend that USCIS track and publish reasons for which applicants are denied the T non-immigrant status. I recommend that USCIS eliminate the requirement that victims must comply with law enforcement. I recommend that USCIS waive the fee associated with Form I-192 for all foreign national victims, regardless of their class of admission. And I also recommend that USCIS provide comprehensive training to legal agents working with foreign national populations in general, not necessarily only trafficking survivors, but foreign national populations across the board. Next slide, please. And so, although human trafficking is experienced on an individual level, human trafficking is not only an individual problem. Human trafficking is unequally structured throughout our society, and it disproportionately impacts marginalized populations, especially poor nationals in the United States. Current policies and practices of the TVISA program cause further harm and maintain systems of oppression. As a result, immigration relief programs must examine and address the pre-existing social conditions that increase an individual's vulnerability to trafficking. Thank you all so much for allowing me this opportunity to share my research. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo.
Thank you for respecting your time available. Thank you, Chelsea. Um, un tema muy importante respecto a las diversas aristas
Diverse
del tráfico de personas,
perspectives
trata de personas en
of the human
particular,
trafficking in
y
particular,
la vinculación
and
con el análisis
its
que nos
ties with
ofreces
the
de este
analysis
trabajo
that you're
social.
offering us from the
Muchas
social
gracias,
work
Chelsea.
perspective. Thank you so much, Chelsea.
Ahora vamos a tener la
Now we're going to
intervención
have
sobre
the
el capital social
participation
de
of
migrantes
social
haitianos a
capital of
partir de su
Haitian
incorporación
migrants
a redes colectivas en
to
Tijuana y Foro.
collective
Jenny Carmen
networks
Cabrera
in
Bautista.
Tijuana. Jenny
Adelante,
Carmen
por favor.
Cabrera Bautista. Go ahead.
Gracias. ¿Sí me escuchan
Thank
ahí?
you. Can you hear me?
Perfecto.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Pues como ya antes dijeron, mi nombre es Jenny
Well,
Carmen
as you heard,
Cabrera.
my name is Jenny
Primero
Carmen
agradecer
Cabrera
el
Bautista.
espacio
First,
que
I'd
me
like to
han
thank
dado
the opportunity to
resaltar
participate,
que este
and I would like to
investigación
highlight
llevado
that
a lo
this
largo y durante varios
research has
años. Es mi
been
trabajo de
going on
tesis
for
y
2 years. This is a
precisamente, siguiente
thesis
diapositiva, por
research,
favor,
and
es
if you can change
precisamente
the slide,
identificar
this is
mediante la teoría del
precisely to
capital
identify
social
through
cómo
the
los migrantes haitianos se van a
theory of,
incorporar
of
a la nueva
social
ciudad donde
capital
llegan, ¿no? Que es en la ciudad de Tijuana.
is,
La
well,
migración, como ya
they reached
sabemos, es una
Tijuana.
migración
Migration, as
estatal
we know, this is a
totalmente
type of migration that
viva
is
y no,
alive,
no va a
and
retroceder, ¿no? La
it is
migración
never
siempre se va a presentar a lo
backtracking.
largo de la
Migration
humanidad
has been
y
present
México
throughout the human
precisamente
history. In
se divide en
Mexico,
las cuatro formas de
it
migración,
is
que es el
within
origen,
the
el
four
tránsito,
types of
destino y el
migration:
retorno.
origin, transit,
Se pretende abonar con la
destination,
teoría del
and
capital
return.
social porque esta es la propuesta nueva, la
This is the
propuesta,
proposal,
la propuesta innovadora, porque
innovative
la teoría del
proposal
capital
of
social
social
es mediante cómo van
capital
a llegar estos
is
flujos
how
económicos
are you
migratorios
going
que
to
se crean
create
de
this
manera
networks
informal
of
para llegar a
collaboration that
cambiar
are
el
created
bienestar
in any
social
form
de
of
ellos
fashion
mismos.
to
Siguiente
change
diapositiva,
and to
por favor.
benefit the migrants? Can you change the slide, please?
Pues para la justificación se
Now,
pretende
to justify
pretende que
this
la problemática
research,
del fenómeno
the
migratorio
issue of the
rápida
migration
y a los
phenomenon
migrantes y los tienen una situación de vulnerabilidad, como
obviously
llegan a
affect the
Tijuana por el
migrants.
desgaste
They
físico y
arrive
económico.
Tijuana with a
Durante todo el
physical
trayecto de la
exhaustion
migración
and
que
mental
llegan para llegar
exhaustion.
hasta la ciudad de Tijuana,
The
experimentan diferentes desafíos y
journey
peligros durante
to
la
when they reach
travesía
Tijuana,
del
it's
proceso
quite
para pasar a los
perilous
Estados Unidos. Sin
in the
embargo, se
process
quedan,
for them of
quedan
going to the United States.
en
However,
Tijuana, que es el tercer
many of them
país
remain in
más seguro a
Tijuana,
tener, tercer país
which is the
seguro.
third
Siguiente,
safe
por favor.
country, which is Mexico.
Es importante
Next slide,
mencionar
please.
también
It is important to highlight
en la
also
investigación que se
that
hizo
during the
se
research that
se
has been
trabajó con 20
conducted,
migrantes, que todos, ¿sí me
we
escuchan?
worked with 20
20 migrantes que
migrants,
son
20 migrants
los,
that
que son
are those
los autores
who
de esta
are the
investigación,
authors of
teniendo
this
grupos de
investigation,
investigación que
this
son el capital
research,
social de los migrantes haitianos,
the social
dividido en las
capital of Haitian
características
migrants
mediante estas redes colectivas
are
formadas entre familias,
given,
amigos,
studied with
vecinos,
this, and
instituciones
strengthened with the
públicas
network
y
among
ONGs,
friends,
cuales
family
establecen
members,
lazos
and
tolerancia,
NGOs
confianza
who
y
are
reciprocidad
expressing
entre ellos y
a,
que
um,
crearán una
an
reciprocidad.
efforts to
Esto
generate
mediante una
trust
comunicación
from them.
informal
That is, through an
para que se
informal
denuncie o
communication,
para que
they
se haga
have
un mejoramiento de
an
sus condiciones de
opportunity
vida.
to speak out
Siguiente, por
and to
favor.
improve their way of life. Next slide, please.
Básicamente, como mencionaba,
Basically,
el capital
as we
social
were
se puede
mentioning,
abordar de
social
distintas
capital, you
formas o de
can
distintos
tackle
países,
or
de
view
distintas
this from
naturalezas.
different
Puede tomarse de
disciplines. It
manera
can be
colectiva o de manera
from a
individual.
collective perspective, an
La
individual
retomo
perspective.
la
The
forma
one that
original
I
desde el trabajo
use as
social,
an original
precisamente es el
proposal
Código
is
Alemán, que en 1998
in
hablaba sobre
1998, Elsa
sobre
Coleman
esta
spoke
estructura
about
que
the
debe de
structure that
existir, estas
has
relaciones
to
sociales,
exist, the
y esta
social
relación se refería
relationship,
a
and
insertar hacia
this
una red colectiva
relationship
pública o ONGs o instituciones
to
religiosas
through an
que
NGO,
actúen
a religious
a la confianza
organization,
mediante normas
is
básicas
built on
para
trust
extender y
and
nutrir a esas
reciprocity
redes,
uh,
reglas y leyes que darán pie así a una
aspects
acción
that
colectiva entre
will
ellos.
actually create a
Siguiente, por favor.
collective
La
initiative. Next slide,
caracterización de los
please.
sujetos pues fueron
The
puestas de
characterizations of the
entrevistados de origen haitiano
people who were under the study. Most of them were Haitian people between 30, 35 years old, usually are married people, and they have arrived in Tijuana between 1 year to 7 months. Religion wise, mostly Adventist. They have children. Usually they migrate with children, two children, and the level of education, usually they're well prepared. Many of them with a bachelor's degree, others with high school, others have job titles such as nurses. Next slide, please. And I would like to show you about the incorporation process, these collective networks. What are the motivations, the obstacles, and the main uh, contact networks? It's a process that this happens according to the capacity that they have and based on the society that they're working on and the political stability, violence that is present in your own country. One of the interview people mentioned that the violence in Haiti is strong. We cannot go back there because of the crime, drug crimes, and violence that is happening in Haiti. Other one someone else mentioned that you cannot earn a living wage in Haiti. We don't have any problems by migrating. That is referring to Tijuana. It is not a good place to live if we're going to improve our life. There's so many bad things happening. I'd rather stay here in Tijuana instead of going back to Haiti. I'd rather to achieve asylum to my family. Other person mentioned that he there was present to meet with his husband, their husband, but Haiti, the situation is not changing. Quite the contrary. They prefer to go to Tijuana and both of them to work in the city. Next slide, please. In another area, they talk about the resources of the social capital. That sometimes they have a capital, but they're not aware that they have it as a resource. But it is going to be performed through the communication and through this exchange of social relationship that happen outside the office. One of the other members mentioned that when we get sick, we go and receive healthcare, but not many places offer healthcare for migrants. We go once in a while to the social work center number 32 that's in Tijuana, but basically they see more as a workshop, cultural activities and such, where they help them with their kids at school. Another one mentioned that they were given some sort of a 1 month credit support. They will give them a certain amount of money in Veracruz, but it was not that much. So we're looking for a 3 by 3 room floor where we could live, and hopefully you could give us the support again. End quote. Next slide, please. This is some of the main collective networks, and I wanted to reach this point. This is the main area that we're presenting, that we were talking about the first contact network that we are talking. This is not necessarily public policy and not even the migrant houses. It's more about the Mexican, the average Mexicans. Who can help me? Where can I find this thing? Where can I eat? Where can I sleep? And family members, as they were mentioning in some interviews, that they knew some friends and people from the same nationality. They don't know each other, but they do know the city of Tijuana. And by sharing the same language or the same nationality, they have this connection, a connection to approach a former Haitian member to get to navigate to Tijuana. We see a blue circle. These are the immediate attention network that fulfill the needs to migrants. Mostly dining areas, mostly those who are NGOs, sort of perhaps the headquarters of a pastor, or the meals that maybe a Christian organization will hand out. And then these networks participate in the more formal networks This is where the NGOs come into
y
play,
apoyo a
some
migrantes
sort of
deportados, pues una oficina
the
donde se
Office of
encuentran
Support
los
for
migrantes
Deported Migrants.
afuera de la
This is
línea
where
de
the
contención
migrants
y
are
ahí
located outside
ven
of
ellos
the
como los
border of the United
estatus que
States, and
tienen
that's where
dentro de
they
la ciudad,
see
¿no?
the
Son
status
comunidades
that
que
they have in
ellos
the city.
aparentemente
Apparently,
tienen atención en un
they
tercer
have,
momento. En primer momento
you
siempre
know,
son
their at the beginning,
los
it's
medios informales y en un tercer
the
momento son
informal
estos
medium.
medios formales, ¿no? O por ejemplo,
For example,
mencionaba uno de los migrantes que
they
al
were
tercer día
mentioning
vivían
that at the third
estaban en
day
Monterrey
they
debajo
were
de los puentes
living
o
outside under
de
the
reciclaje
bridge
hasta
or
que
living in
mediante las redes
tents.
colectivas,
Not
mediante
until
capital
the
social
collective
de
networks and
socialización entre
social
ellos,
capital
enteran que hay
mobilization,
migrantes deshabituados, donde
they
todos
identified
vamos a
that a
revisar cómo
migrant
tienen ellos
was living outside on
de
the
capital
streets, and that's
social que ha
how
sido mediante una
they
comunicación
have the
informal.
social capital through the
Siguiendo con eso,
informal ways of communication. The next slide, please.
ya con eso es todo
And with
para
that,
poder
is all.
tener los
So
primeros
we
minutos
can
de
have the
participación
5 minutes of
y pues
participation.
muchas gracias.
So thank you all.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you
Jenny
all,
Carmen, por
Jenny
habernos
Carmen,
posible su
for
intervención.
summarizing your
Un tema
presentation as much as
sensible,
possible. It's a sensible
cada vez
topic.
más
It's
vemos
more, we have
la
the
inminencia, la
imminent
necesidad de
necessity
responder
to
a
respond
procesos justo
to
como el que ustedes
just
están
processes as you are
planteando en todas sus aristas
proposing
y
from different
particularmente
perspectives,
de lograr
particularly to
que
achieve
el tejido
that
de
the
servicios, de productos y
tissue
sistemas de
of
atención
services for migrant
pueda
attentions
tener
can
un nivel
actually
de respuesta
have
adecuada
a
en cómo
level of
México se
response
está
to what is
atravesando
expected
el problema migratorio,
to tackle the
particularmente con
migrant program,
comunidades
particularly with communities
haitianas, como en este
from
caso en
Haiti,
México.
as
Muchas
you
gracias,
have
Jenny.
highlighted. Thank you so much, Jenny.
Em,
Um,
quisiera
I
dar la
would like
palabra
to give
ahora
the
a María de
floor
Luz
to María de la Luz
Cruz,
Sobrevilla
a
Cruz,
Vargas Espadas, María de Luz
Vargas
Sagrario
Espadas,
y a
María
María de
del
Lourdes
Sagrario,
Hernández
and María de
Escalante.
Lourdes Hernández
Esto,
Escalante, this
nos van a
who are
presentar
going to present
una propuesta de
a
sistematización
proposal
del
to
proceso de trabajo de campo
systemize
en un
the field
diagnóstico
work
de salud,
in health
experiencias de
diagnostics and
estudiantes
some experiences
de
of
la población
students in
migrante
a
del
migrant
municipio de
shelter in
Monterrey.
the municipality of
Muchas gracias.
Monterrey.
Por
So
favor, si
thank
son
you
tan
all.
amables.
Please, if you can join us.
Como ustedes gusten, sí. Sí, adelante.
¿Se puede mover?
Plenamente.
Buenas tardes. Somos
Hello,
estudiantes
we're
de la
students
maestría en Ciencias de la
from the
Organización y Trabajo Social
Master of
de la
Science
Facultad de Trabajo Social y
Social
Desarrollo
Work
Humano
from the School
en
of
la Nuevo
Social Work
León
of the
y
University,
vamos a
Autonomous
presentar como
University of
nuestra
Nuevo León. I'm going
experiencia
to
en
share our
Monterrey.
experience in the shelter in
Nuestro
Monterrey.
objetivo, exponer
Our main
la
objective is
sistematización del
to
proceso de trabajo
show
de
the
campo
systematization,
correspondiente al diagnóstico de
how
salud
the
que
work process
fue dirigido a
works
la comunidad migrante
that is
en
directed
la
to
ciudad
the
de
migrant
Monterrey.
community in the
¿Cuáles
city
son
of
las
Monterrey.
características
What
de
are
la
the
institución?
characteristics of the
Esta
institution?
brinda refugio a personas
This
migrantes
shelter
y de escasos
offers
recursos. Está ubicado en
refuge
Monterrey y entre los
to
principales
migrants and
servicios que
low-income
tiene es
people.
el
This is
hospedaje,
located in Monterrey,
transporte,
mostly
alimentos,
housing,
ropa y
showers,
atención médica.
clothing, meals, and
En
medical
la
attention.
metodología lo que nosotros hicimos es
In the methodology, what we
participamos
did
en
is
el
we
diagnóstico de la
participate in
salud
the
en diferentes
health diagnostics
etapas
that has
y
different
fue realizado por una
stages.
facultad de
This
la
was
UANL
conducted by one of
durante
the
el
schools
periodo
at
de
the
agosto a
University of
diciembre de
Nuevo León
2022. Sin embargo,
between around
no se
August and
refería como
2022.
nada
Our
más
experience
el
is going to be
trabajo de
focused
campo
on the
y
work
no solo de las
field
tres como
of
profesionales
social
del trabajo
work
social, ya que también
because
colaboraron en el diagnóstico otras
many
profesiones.
people in other this
Para
was an
eso nos tomamos
interprofessional effort,
recursos
but we're going
para
to talk more about from the
consolidar este
social work
diagnóstico de
perspective.
salud, que es el diagnóstico
The
integral de salud poblacional, es la
First of all, we
herramienta
need to
fundamental
highlight
en
what
esta
is the
gestión que permite
health
identificar y analizar la
diagnostics.
situación
It
de salud
allows
en
us
una
to
comunidad o
identify the
población
state of
con la
health
finalidad
and well-being in a
de determinar
population
problemas
in
y
order to
necesidades de
identify
salud para proponer
problems
soluciones
and
viables a su
so we can
problemática.
propose solutions to those issues that are
Nuestro
at
proceso
hand.
de intervención
Our intervention profession, we collaborate in many ways. We, of course, supported to all our colleagues to the design, implementation, and results. We got to know the shelters. We met with the leadership at the shelters. We met shelter number one, where children, women, and teenagers, and shelter number two, migrants of all ages. We actually went into the field work to implement our instrument. The objective is to recollect data regarding health and from different migrants. And well, of course, if you can see here's some couple of photographs while we are obtaining, recollecting data. Mostly these were applied mostly to uh, adult migrants, of course, with their permission. Well, as my partner shared, Sagrario mentioned, we participated more in this diagnostics, but in this occasion, we're mostly to talk about um, the findings that we were able to identify while we were working out of the field. And I think it's important, field work for social workers, because one of these shelters, it's in charge of so many population, about 70 people. So sometimes they do have certain situations that is important to highlight and to mention from this discipline, social work. And it can be overwhelming. First of all, starting that it's a health diagnostics. And it was a project that was put into practice by medicine, nutrition, and other professions related to health in many occasions can be can be more quantitative instruments, and I think that's fine. But I think that at the time that we had to design some sort of instruments with population that are migrants, and particularly with those, if it's a great number of migrants, we can have. I think it's important to have a good design project, and there was more of a difficulty because as they were many people will try to satisfy their own basic needs as a priority. Many times they were not interested in participating in this type of projects. And I think that it's also a barrier because it doesn't allow us to have a more um, adequate information or data. The other one is that we didn't have adequate spaces to apply these instruments regarding privacy and of the people because most of them we were uh, talking with people that were outside the institution. Some of the people were actually staying at the shelters within the premises, but other people were outside the premises. So, for some reason, the responsibles of the shelters they did not give us permission to interview those who were inside, so we couldn't had a full grasp of what was going on inside. And also, there were sometimes questions that were quite a bit invasive. Again, coming back to tracking back to privacy, we consider invasive because it goes along with the other topic. Sometimes we were talking with someone, and then next to them was the husband or a children, a child, and so sometimes it can um, maybe they can limit the response of the people because they may inhibit themselves. The lack of orientation, particularly, I think it's something that we consider important because we did find that many people were, you know, making meals, handing out meals, and they were at when they were facilitating medical attention or even clothing, but they had questions about maybe some type of procedure, and there was no one there to give them more information or even to channelize. And this is an important step for social work because I mean it's okay to have this type of institutions that assist people to, but also I think it's important to highlight this and also to channel with the institutions in case if it's needed. Sometimes we have people that sometimes people wanted to maybe get their voting registration card, which is the official ID for many Latin American countries. Um, and also many people, since they uh, look after so many population, the service tends to be overcrowded. So in certain aspects are looked after, left out, some sort of the infrastructure or also the condition of the bathrooms, different items that I do consider important. And I believe that me and my colleagues that when it comes to address this type of population and this particular part of the population, I think it's important to collaborate in an interdisciplinary fashion. Of course, medicine, medication, social work, pretty much all the professions that are aligned with social work to provide a more comprehensive attention because on many occasions sometimes we over intervene and there's so many projects dedicated to the same area. And so I think if we work as an interprofession, we will have a better response. And the main proposal from social work, and based on the experience that we had, particularly in that in those shelters in Monterrey, is that we have to have a department of social work, an area of social work that is in charge to follow up with these issues that has been brought up in this table. Because at least at that institution where we went, they had no department. There was an undergraduate, non-licensed social worker. But I think it's important to mention this. And this is our main proposal. And well, we'll leave it here because of the lack of time. So thank you all.
María de la Luz no va a tomar la palabra.
María de la Luz,
María de la Luz no va a
would
tomar.
you
Ah,
like
sí.
to?
Y
Oh,
María
okay.
del
So
Sagrario
María del Sagrario
y María de
and
Lourdes
Maria
no
de
van a participar.
Lourdes, are you going to participate? Oh, she's
Ok,
ill. She's
saludamos
unable
y
to
que se
speak.
recupere
Okay,
pronto
well,
y aprovecho
we wish you
también
the best.
para
Hopefully you
enviarle
get better
un,
soon.
un abrazo
And
fraterno y
we like to
pues un mensaje de aliento a la doctora Sharon Borja
um,
para que se recupere
send our
primeramente de su
best wishes
salud
to Sharon
y
Borja
justamente
because
moderar
given
esta
to
importante
health
sesión periodística
issues,
por el
she was
Comité
unable to
Organizador.
attend
Le indiqué ya
to
el
moderate this
motivo que ella
table.
propuso para estar
She
aquí
even
con nosotros
volunteered
y nos
to
ayudó
be
para
today, but
acompañarnos
however,
en la Universidad
she
de
is
Houston.
unable to attend
Muchas
from the
gracias a
University
María
of
de la
Houston.
Luz,
Thank you, Maria de la
sí,
Luz.
María del
Maria
Sagrario, adelante
Sagrario,
doctora, si permite.
you can go ahead. Thank you very
A
much.
María de Lourdes por
Maria de
esta maravillosa
Lourdes, thank you for
intervención
this
y
great
ojalá nos den la
participation. And
noticia
hopefully we
en la
can
próxima
hear
edición de la
in the
conferencia
next
regional
edition
en
of the
Río
regional
Grande
conference in
que
Rio
se ha
Grande
creado
Valley
esta instancia de
that
trabajo
we
social
hopefully
en este
that this
aspecto,
instance has
¿no?
been created.
Ojalá nos puedan compartir
Hopefully they
sus
could
avances.
share
Gracias
their
por
work.
comprometerse con
Thank you
nuestra conferencia.
for
Gracias a su director
um,
de
and
la
thank you
Facultad de
to
Nuevo León
the
por
director
apoyar el
for
que
supporting,
ustedes auspiciaran, que ustedes
for
participen y que
you
a su
to
vez estén con
participate
nosotros por
and
acá.
for sponsoring your
Muchas, muchas
participation.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Quisiera dar la
I
palabra
would like
ahora
to
a
give the
Elvia
floor to
Yolanda
Elvia
Mata
Yolanda
Ortega,
Mata
personas en
Ortega,
movilidad por el noreste de
the
México, experiencias y
people
tensión
migrating
social
in northeastern
desde las
Mexico
organizaciones religiosas
from
de
the
la
religious
Universidad del
organization from the
Sagrado
University of
Valle.
Texas, Rio Grande Valley, please.
Adelante, Elvia. Te
Elvia, you
escuchamos.
have the floor.
Pobrecita ha tenido un día. Hola, buenas
She
tardes.
has had a day. Good afternoon.
¿Me escuchan?
Can you hear me?
Plenamente, adelante.
Go ahead.
Hola. Bien, a diferencia de mis compañeros, yo no
Well,
vengo a
different
presentar un proyecto de investigación.
from the other students, I'm not
Vengo a
presenting
compartir
a
mi
research or
experiencia como
investigation
voluntaria en
project,
una
but
organización
I'm here
civil
to share
religiosa
my
en el
experience
noreste
as
de
a volunteer
México,
in a
en
religious
concreto
organization at the
desde
northwest
Casa
of
Nuestra
Mexico.
Señora de Guadalupe.
The name of the place is Casa de Nuestra
Pasamos
Señora
a
de
las
Guadalupe, or Lady of
diapositivas, por
Guadalupe.
favor,
So
solamente para
next slide,
ponernos en un
please.
poco de contexto
I'm going to
de
put you
las
in the
casas,
context
de
of
las
the
organizaciones religiosas en el país.
religious organizations in the
Tenemos
country.
en
We have
la estadística nos dice que
the
tenemos
statistics is telling us
96
that we have
planes de atención a personas migrantes en
96
México.
shelters
De
who
estos
help migrant people
96,
in Mexico,
13 se encuentran ubicados en la
and
zona
13 of
noreste
these are
del país.
located at the northwest
Este
border in
total
the
de las
country.
96 en todo el país y
And
del resto del
this is
país,
the total of the
pues la
96 in the
mayoría
country and 13 in the northwest in the
son
country.
organizaciones
Most
religiosas
of
de
these are
organizaciones de la
attended by
sociedad
religious
civil.
organizations or
Vamos a hacer
civil
un zoom al
organizations.
noreste de México.
Let's zoom
Pasamos
in
a
to
la
the
siguiente diapositiva, por
northwestern
favor.
Mexico. Next slide,
Bueno,
please.
es aquí el área de incidencia
This is the
entre
incidence
la
area
frontera de Reynosa
between the
y McAllen,
borderline
donde se
in
encuentra
Reynosa and McAllen,
esta casa en
where
específico,
you can see this home
donde
in
tengo el
specific,
privilegio de
where I have the privilege
pues de ser
of
voluntaria
being a
y compartir
volunteer
experiencias
and
con
of
esta
sharing
población tan
experiences with this
lastimada.
population
Pasamos a la
so
siguiente,
harmed.
por favor. Como les dije, la Casa del
Like I
Migrante
told
Nuestra
you,
Señora
the Casa de
de
Migrante, or
Guadalupe,
House of the
organización
Migrants, of Our
religiosa,
Lady
es
of
parte de la
Guadalupe,
pastoral
is a religious
gubernamental
organization.
y tiene
It's
como
part of
misión
the
presentar
Mobility Pastoral,
a las personas
and
migrantes
the
que pasan
mission
por la
is to
ciudad de
offer
Reynosa
a safe
unas condiciones
and a place
gratuitas
of
en los
dignity to
espacios
people who are
durante su
migrants
estancia,
that are going through
promoviendo
Reynosa,
su
and they
reunificación
provide in
social
a free
y
manner,
privando la
on a free
violencia
fashion,
de las
services,
personas.
basic services
Y
during
su
their stay
misión es
here.
acoger,
And
proteger
the
y
vision
promover e
is
integrar a
to
las personas migrantes
accept,
en los centros
protect, and promote
de
and
práctica
integrate
espiritual
or include
y
migrant
laboral.
people on the
Pasamos a la
fashion that's
siguiente, por favor.
social, spiritual,
Algunos
and
datos
workforce.
de esta
Some
organización
of the
religiosa
information of
fundada en
this
el 2015 por el
religious
Francisco
organization, it was founded
Javier
in
Chaboya,
2005
obispo de
by
Tamaulipas.
Francisco Javier
Este
Chabolia.
albergue tiene
He
la
was
capacidad
the
para atender entre
he was the
100
priest
y
of
80
Tamaulipas, and it has the
personas.
ability to see 180
Aproximadamente cada
people
año
to
se
200
atiende entre
people.
12,000 y 14,000
Approximately, we
personas
see
transitantes
between 12,000 and
este albergue.
14,000 people
Y
who
bueno,
come to
recibe a
this
personas
shelter
migrantes
every
provenientes
year.
de cualquier lugar.
And we also receive migrants
Esta
coming from
misión
any
la
place
sala
of
receptiva de El
origin.
Salvador, Honduras,
Mainly, the
Nicaragua,
services
Cuba,
provided to people in
Venezuela,
Guatemala,
Haití,
El Salvador,
México,
Honduras,
entre
Nicaragua, Cuba,
otros.
Venezuela, Haiti, Mexico, among
Pasamos a la
others.
siguiente, por favor.
Next slide,
Voy a
please.
hablar un poquito
I'm going to talk to
del
you
modelo
a
de
little
atención
about
de
the
esta
model of
organización
attention of this
religiosa.
organization, religious
En mi
organization.
tiempo como voluntaria
In
pude
my time as a
detectar
volunteer,
estos
I could
5
detect
componentes.
these 5
Cabe mencionar que
components,
la mayoría
and I have to
de las
mention that
organizaciones
most of the
religiosas
religious
trabajan
organizations
sin
are
ninguna
working
atención
without
documental
having any documented
Aquí
model
yo
of attention or assistance.
de plasmar
Here, I try
los
to show
componentes que
you
yo
the
veo
components that I see as a
en
volunteer
charlas con las
and during
personas que están
talks
en el
with
lugar.
people,
Tienen
the people who are in charge of the
muy
place.
distintivo
The first one is
de
human
las
acceptance,
organizaciones
and I believe this is
religiosas.
something
Eso
very
puede ser que
distinctive of the religious organizations.
básicas para
They help
alimentación,
them to
hospedaje,
cover all the basic needs
o atención
like
médica
food,
con todo lo
nutrition,
que
shelter,
implica
and
médica
clothing,
dentro de la
and
institución
also
o
the
muchas veces
medical
fuera en
attention
hospitales
inside of the
de la
institution
ciudad.
and sometimes
Se les
in
brinda
the hospitals
atención
of the city.
psicológica,
We provide
terapia
psychological
familiar,
attention or help
relaciones
and
humanas,
also family therapy, and we
atención
promote
espiritual,
human
que es
values.
un
And also they have
distintivo de las
spiritual
organizaciones
assistance or attention,
religiosas,
which is very distinctive
independientemente de la
from these
religión.
religious
Más
organizations.
adelante voy a
We
ahondar
have the
un
praying,
poquito
of
más
course,
en el
and I'm
aspecto
going
espiritual de
to
la
deepen
vida
a little bit
migrante.
more on the culture
Y bueno, pues
of
aquí
the
tienen
spiritual aspects
el que
on
voy
the
a
life
leer.
of a migrant. And I'm sorry I don't
Tienen
have
su
enough time,
oración, experiencia
but
de vida en la
also they have
comunidad
prayer
religiosa,
and
la
the community
Eucaristía y
experience
también se les
and
brinda
a spiritual
asesoría
companion.
legal
And
en
also
materia
they
de
have the
investigación
sacraments. And also
en
we
la
have
organización religiosa. Pasamos, por favor, a la
yeah,
siguiente.
within the scope of the possibility
Y
of the
bueno, mi
organization, they also have legal advice.
este caso la arquidiócesis
So
patronal
we have different
del estas
different factors. I
organizaciones
believe
religiosas
the
que
different
tienen
people who are in
las
charge of this,
organizaciones
the
sin fines de lucro,
archdioceses, the patronate,
voluntarios, médicos
the
sin fronteras,
volunteers,
entre otras. Aquí solamente
and
pusimos
also people who are
algunos.
working
Eso,
within the
podemos, por favor.
border, volunteers like myself and
Algo
other
que
people.
tienen las organizaciones religiosas y es el
So something
que
that
resulta
religious organizations, and
tener,
this is the main
pues,
point
no
that
es
I
un
want to
campo de
talk to you about,
investigación, pero me
like I
gustaría
mentioned to you, this
verlo
is
como
not a research project, but
un proyecto
I would like
que
you to
es
take it
el
as a
impacto de la
project. It
espiritualidad
is the
de la del
impact
migrante.
of
Los
spirituality on
datos
the life of
científicos
the
nos
migrant.
muestran que existe
Scientific data
una correlación entre la espiritualidad
shows
o
us
fuerza
that
interior y la
there is a
resiliencia.
connection between
Sí,
spirituality
a
and
diferencia de quienes
internal
sin
strength
preocuparse
and
por ese
resilience.
aspecto muestran mayor dificultad en
So people who
sobreponerse
say,
a múltiples
we have
estresores
seen
a los que
from
se
a
enfrentan en
scientific
su vida
standpoint,
diaria.
the people who don't have
Siempre
this
tenemos
don't
en
show as
espiritualidad,
more
pues es esta verdad
um,
de resiliencia
they don't show
y que es lo
the strength, and they
Una,
are
uno
not
de
as
los
strong as
aspectos
other
del
people
problema de
who
la
are actually
resiliencia ha
very
sido de que
spiritual.
muchos
So
puntos de vista, todos
we
los
have
temas son
talked
muy,
about
muy
migration
válidos,
from different points of
pero
views. All of them are very good, all of them are very
para
valid, but it
abordar
is very
esta
interesting
materia
to
textual,
me
qué es lo que le da
check
fuerza,
this
qué es lo que le
spiritual
da voz a las
standpoint
dimensiones del
of,
saber personal.
for example,
Quiero
going to
continuar
mass,
hablando
the
de religión,
dimension this
no
can
de
the
espiritualidad.
dimension in which this can
Pasamos a la
help.
siguiente, por
And of
favor.
course, I'm not talking about any
Bueno, quiero
religion
terminar
in specific.
esta
Next slide, please.
exposición
And I would like
con
to
estas
finish this
frases.
presentation with
La
this
de
phrase.
Daniel Grudi, la primera que dice la verdadera
And I want to
esencia de esta
and I
crisis
would like
migratoria
to
no
leave
viene
you
de
with
quienes
this
son
phrase.
oficiales,
The
sino aquellos
real
que utilizan
foreigner is
máscaras
not the
de las
person who
personas
doesn't have official
honestas. Y
documentation, but that one who is disconnected
Francisco,
from people with needs
que
in need.
está dirigida en
Of course,
este caso,
and
significa
also we
que
have
representa
the
para
priest
todos los
Francisco or Pope
intereses,
Francisco,
problemas sociales.
and this
Es
is a
una
phrase that
frase dura, pero creo
you can
que la
find,
para ojalá
and it
en
is
esta
very good.
oportunidad de
It is harsh,
reflexión,
it is raw,
puesto que
but
este
I
es un
leave it
ejercicio
here
que
with
requiere
you so
mucha
you can have the time to
responsabilidad
reflect on
y
this.
cambios en la ley
And
federal
of
y
course,
bueno,
this is
para
a
todos.
Catholic
Quiero expresar
organization,
también
but
cómo
any religious organization is as good as this
en los
one.
pobres,
I
los
would like
migrantes,
also
la
to
falta de
mention
oportunidades
how much
visuales. La
discrimination
inmensa mayoría de los
the
pobres
poor,
tienen una
the people
discapacidad
with low income, and
necesitan
also
apenas
the
ver.
immigrants
No podemos
suffer.
dejar de
They
ofrecerles
not
el
only need
espacio de
faith,
asunción
they also need God,
ciudadana sin
and we
ejercer
cannot
sus
stop
impedimentos. La
talking
pobreza de esta
about
inmensa
how much
contingente de
the
maneras
word of the
inconcebibles.
God and the
Se
word of
presencia
the religious
poco
organizations
fortalecerse
can help
principalmente
these
en una
people.
dimensión
Because let me tell you
espiritual
that if
privilegiada y
we
prioritaria.
have
Y
this
bueno, con esto me
proposal that
siento el
we have
poder
this
de las
growth
organizaciones
path, and we can achieve
religiosas
maturity
en
of
mi
the faith.
conferencia. Es lo que
The
hago en
preferential option for
testimonios
low
de
income
fe,
people
que como
has
les
to be
digo, no es
translated mainly in in a privileged religious attention, and and this one has to have priority.
y definitivamente
So
estoy
thank you so much
convencida
for
de los beneficios
exposing
que les da la
whatever
spiritualidad
research you have been
para
working on.
actuar en el futuro.
However, we
Con
need
esto
to know that
termino en esta
spirituality
ocasión y
is
les
a main part
agradezco
of the resilience the
haberme dado
migrants
la
need
oportunidad
to continue on
a
their way.
ofrecer
I
un proyecto
appreciate
de
the
investigación.
opportunity
Muchas gracias.
because I was able to present even though I don't have a research project. Thank you.
Gracias, Elvia. A lo mejor es una dimensión inconfesa, una dimensión negada, una
Maybe
dimensión
it is
excluida,
a
incluso en
excluded
algunos programas
dimension that it's included in
sociales,
many social
particularmente en el
work
trabajo social, pero qué bueno
programs, but
que
thank you that
hoy se le da su lugar merecido,
we have the
particularmente de personas
perspective
en
from
movilidad en el noreste de México.
what is going on the northeastern Mexico. Thank you, and we hope that you could
En este
be able to
proceso de
join us
reflexión
in
a raíz
this
de búsqueda de nuevos
exercise of
procesos de
reflection
integración
and to
de
see
las
how can we
comunidades,
integrate the
particular
communities,
con
particularly
esta
those
lógica
with
espiritual, este cosmos espiritual
spiritual
que en
cosmos
particular nos enfatizó.
that
Muchas
you
gracias,
have
Elvia.
highlighted. Thank you, uh,
Quisiera
Elvia
dar la
Yolanda.
palabra
I would like to give the
Camil
floor
Morjun, a Edith
Camille
Reinaga y a Noemí Rosales.
Camille Morton, Noemi Rosales, and Edith Reinaga from the Loyola University Chicago
Aprovecho para
School of
saludar
Social
a los
Work.
que
And
están con
I
nosotros, por lo menos hasta la
also,
fecha, a la doctora
we have on the line Maria Vidal,
extraordinaria,
an
profesora de trabajo
extraordinary
social,
social work
doctora
professional and the
Elvia
director,
Castro
head of the
Guevara, quien
department
nos ha
that has been wonderful with the network that we are promoted, particularly with social work at UNAM. You have the floor.
Hello, good afternoon, you all, and thank you very much. My name is Camille, and I'm here with my partner, Noemi Rosales, and we're here presenting the bilingual intervention after a crisis connection of trauma services that can be culturally sensible after a massive shooting. Okay, for context, on July 4th of this summer, this man started shooting on the Independence stop sign in Highland Park in a suburb in Chicago. 7 people died, including 2 Mexican citizens. And this reflects the great population of Latinos in the US. In 2022, we had 647 mass shootings in in communities of Latino population that were affected in an unproportionated way. And the people who survived this violence still suffer from significant trauma. So the answer was local services in a local school, and there were advocates, legal support. We had the conversation about crime, interpreting, and bilingual companions and public service. The next one. I have some pictures of this. Next one, please.
Gracias, Camille.
Thank
Saludos
you,
a
Camille.
todos. Mi nombre es
Hello,
Noemi
everyone. My name is
y
Noemi,
soy estudiante
and
de
I'm a
Loyola
student
University en Chicago.
of Loyola
Voy a
University
continuar.
in Chicago, and I'm going to continue.
Entonces, este fue
So this
nuestro
was
tiempo
our
que pasamos
time
con
that
las
we
víctimas
spent
en
with
Highland
the
Park.
victims
Yo
of
y Camille
Highland Park.
estuvimos allí.
Me and Camille were
Fueron
there
las caridades católicas
along with Catholic
y
charities,
nosotros fuimos
and
voluntarios
we
para
were volunteers
dar
for
interpretación para las
of
víctimas.
providing interpreting
Entonces, lo que
services for the
hicimos es,
victims.
bueno, nuestro
So what
trabajo
we
fue
did, our work was
interpretar y
interpreting
acompañar
and
a las
accompanying
personas, a los miembros de la
people,
comunidad
the
a que
members of the
estuvieran
community
el
who
4
were
de
there
junio
on
en
July
el
4th at the
fueron
parade,
víctimas.
who were victims.
Y asistimos
And
en sus
we helped
conversaciones
on their
entre las
conversations
víctimas y la División
between
de
the
Servicios de
victims
Víctimas del FBI.
and the
También
Division of
ayudamos
Services
en
for
acceso
Victims
de
of the
recursos en casa a
FBI.
casa
We also
para
help
implementaciones de servicio
on
y
sharing
también en la terapia
on the service
ah,
organizations on their
en,
access
en
to
la escuela,
resources.
que fue
We
gratis.
also
El
accompanied
proceso,
them on the therapy
las víctimas
services that they received at
cuando
school for
llegaron a
free.
la escuela
So the
fueron
victims, when
emparejadas
they
con
came
baja
to
nación
school, they
y
all
eso fue
had
gratis y
bilingual
gratuito.
companion or ambassador like us
Al llegar, luego nos
when
quedamos
we
con las
came there.
víctimas durante
And
todo
then we
el
stayed with the
tiempo.
victims
Les
during the
ayudamos
whole
a accesar
time.
los
We
servicios,
helped
la
them to
compensación de
access
las víctimas,
services,
crímenes,
compensation to victims
asesoramiento
of
y asistencia
crime, asset
financiera.
advising, and financial assistance. Next slide, please.
La importancia de ese día,
The
de
importance of that
nosotras,
day, what we
fue de
did
poder
was
traducir
of being able to translate
lo que estaba en inglés
what
a
was
español
in
y lo que
English to
traducían
Spanish, and
las
whatever
víctimas en
the
español a
victims
inglés.
were saying in Spanish to
En las
English.
sesiones de terapia
So during
fue
the therapy
cuando
sessions,
nos dimos cuenta
it's when we
que fue
realized that
un gran
that was a great
poder. Las
power.
terapeutas nos
The
dijeron a nosotras
therapists told
con
us
los que
that
nosotros, nuestros
us,
servicios,
our service,
bueno, sus servicios fueron más
well,
efectivos.
their services,
Sintieron
because of
ellos
us, were more
que
effective. They
nosotras,
felt
los
that
traductores,
we, the
eh,
translators,
fuimos más
were more
una gran ayuda
a great help
y un apoyo muy
and a great support, emotional support for the victims. And one more importance is that the investigations reflect that providing services, the providing of services are more effective if they are done on the native tongue of the client. When a client, non-immigrant, speaks Spanish, they have more confidence and more understanding of the services. And other important thing is the connection between the clients and the volunteers of the people who were there. And one thing that we found that day is that we can become the voice of the victims and the members of the community and and understand and help to understand that we are listening and we are advocating for their rights. And also the importance of interpreting relies on being a companion, that they have a person there from the moment they arrive and they help them to access to the resources to the moment they leave. If they have any questions, they're afraid of something, they are not understanding, they are able to trust us and we will help them. So what we are doing now is that with this work, it is super important that other organizations, social work organizations, have a way of having a translator or interpreting all the time who can be an ambassador, like how do you say it, like a counselor for the client to feel more confident and comfortable in whatever they need. Next slide, please. And yes, that was it. Thank you very much for your time. This is a photo of us three with the director of the Catholic Charities, Carrie, the one in the middle. And it was a great experience, and we hope to continue with all that we learned on that day to add more to the service of social work. Thank you very much.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you all.
Por su
Thank you
hermoso
for
portugués.
your beautiful Spanish. Thank you all.
Impact of social networks and
Impact
support
of social
of the life
networks.
experience of older refugees in Western countries.
The impact of social networks and support of the lived experiences of older refugees in Western countries from University of Calgary. Welcome.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Apologies again for not
Mis disculpas
being
otra
able to
vez
speak Spanish.
porque no puedo hablar
So
español.
I'm going to be making my presentation in English. My name is Prince Chiagozie Eko, and I'm a PhD candidate of the Faculty of Social Work, University of Calgary. And I have enjoyed the presentation so far, and thank you for the translation in Zoom option, which has helped me follow up with the presentations. Next slide, please. So this is what I'm going to be covering in my presentation. My presentation will be on a scoping review that I did with some of my colleagues and my supervisor, who is also present in the conference in person, Professor Christine Walsh. So I'm going to be, it's going to cover the introduction, the methods, the results, and conclusions. So, and if there is time for questions and comments, that would be appreciated. Next slide, please. By way of introduction, I would start by saying that although the world suddenly looks like they are waking up to the challenges of refugees because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has led to over 8 million new refugees from Ukraine. However, the problem of forced migration and refugeeism have always been a challenge for the whole world. at the end of 2021, we had about 84 million refugees all over the world, and 84 million forced migrants, and 26 million of them were refugees. Many of them were from Africa, Middle East, Eastern countries, and South American countries like Colombia. So, and most of these refugees face several psychological, emotional, nutritional, health problems. However, when we talk about older refugees, their challenges are more pronounced because they have a comorbidity of age, and this age intersects with other aspects of their life, like their health, their language challenges, their cultural differences, to affect their capacity to cope after post-migration. So older adults make up about 4% of all global refugees. However, humanitarian attention and scholarly attention has primarily been focused on women and children. Just like if you look at the presentations we've heard today, a lot of the discourse has been on women and children. But older adults are always affected by migration and also victims of different forms of migration challenges. But we pay little attention to them. So that is why we decided to do a story. We do my research, which would be on older refugees. But this scoping review is to prepare the research to show what literature has to say about refugees, older refugees, and then what we need to do moving forward. Next slide, please. So after we searched different search engines, which databases, which included SOC Index, PsycInfo, Social Work Abstract, Abstract of Gerontology, Web of Science, Sociology, Social Services Abstract, we had over 3,000 articles to work with. So we had designed an inclusion and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria included that there must be peer-reviewed articles, there must be empirical articles and not literature reviews or theoretical papers. There must be in English because English is the language that most of us could understand. And there must be older adults included in the research. Again, the research must focus on social networks and support of these older adults in the western part of the world. So the first thing we did was to use Zotero to do duplicate elimination so that articles that were found in more than one database can be eliminated, and to avoid proliferation of articles. And then we did the title and abstract review on Ryan, then full text review with Excel, then data extraction and synthesis and presentation. At the end of the day, we ended up with only 6 articles which specifically focused on older refugees. So after everything we had just 6 articles that were only focused on older refugees. And then we had other 20 articles which included older refugees and other population, which we had to include because we didn't want to do our analysis based on only 6 articles and exclude other irrelevant articles which found things that affected older refugees but had other people in their population. Next slide, please. So these are the main results of our analysis. The first thing is the impact of social network and support on coping and building resilience. So from all the articles that we synthesized, we've discovered that social network, having adequate social network and support had impact on the well-being of older refugees. And the impacts include physical impact, like older adults who had good social network could get information on where to receive certain services. Like if they are sick, they could get information from their social network on how to access health care. And when they need money, they could depend on their social network because many of them cannot work in the new environment. They don't have the education and the training and skills to earn a living in the new environment. So they depend largely on their social network for finances. And also daily activities, like if they need someone to clean their house, do their groceries, buy things for them. So they depend on their social network for that. And then the second aspect, the second thing we found was that social network and support improved the mental health of older refugees. So many of the studies that we synthesized showed that older adults who have strong and quality social network and support system reported decreased depression, decreased anxiety, and we are able to cope better with distress and post-traumatic stress disorders compared to a population of older adults who didn't have these social networks. So in some of our studies, like the study by Stewart, it was an experimental study where older adults were introduced to new social network, and they tested and found that when older adults are introduced to new social networks and new social support systems, that automatically their mental health improves within a short period of time. So this showed that it was very, very important to their mental well-being. Then the next one was on their physical health. So physical health has to do with older adults' report of physical well-being, absence of diseases, so and their access to healthcare. Like I said earlier, so their social network and support played a very big role in their health-seeking behaviors. So when they have social networks that care for them, those social networks ensure that they take their medicine, they seek appropriate healthcare, they go to the right places for healthcare and support. And then another important thing that we found in our research is the reciprocative physical support. So we also found that older refugees were not just people who depended on their social network and support system for care and support, but older refugees also provided support to their social networks. For instance, older women were found to cook for their younger children and grandchildren and their neighbors and their relatives. So like who were busy working. They also acted as babysitters, providing care for children and people who are disabled in the refugee camps. So older adults also provided support and did not just receive support. So, but for me, the most important aspect of what we found was the importance of culture and ethnic sensitive support. So when we talk about culture and ethnic sensitive support, this has become an area of interest for social work, because in the past, when we try to integrate and settle refugees, we try to make them become exactly like people that we are found in the new environment, and we give them the kind of support that is available in the new environment without considering their culture and their ethnicity. However, our study showed that ethnic and cultural sensitive support was very crucial to the survival and well-being of older refugees, and that it is more important to provide older refugees with this type of support instead of providing them with the Western support that is just there. So, for instance, one of my colleagues who just presented talked about the importance of religion in the well-being of migrants. So if we have like Muslim older refugees in Canada, for instance, and they want to get meat products, so they would want halal meat products, which aligns with their culture and their religion. So when social workers are providing support to them, they should pay attention to these peculiar needs that older refugees want. Next slide. So I'm going to conclude in the next slide. So in conclusion, I would want to say that my research has shown that there is so much work to be done in the area of older refugees. Older refugees are not getting social work attention as much as they should. They are not getting scholarly attention as much as they should. So social workers and social work scholars should pay more attention to the peculiar needs, which is completely different from that of other population, to the peculiar needs of older refugees, because of course, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to make sure that our intervention cuts across every vulnerable population. Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias, Christine Walls, por esta propuesta para la conferencia regional. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Prince Xiago Sieko, for your participation. I would like to give the floor to sum up the phase of panel for students. Gerardo Talavera Cervantes is the director of the program Casa Refugiados, one of the programs that I would say that has a great mission, a great commitment, a universal commitment to provide attention to the migrants and refugees, in particular those with the National School of Social Network, has established a great collaboration and has also opened the possibility for new projects. Thank you, Dr. Gerardo. You have the floor. Yes, thank you, Dr. Pedro Isnardo, and I would like to acknowledge and recognize the work of social workers of all genders throughout their work and their focus and dynamics. It is great to hear your presentations that were given before me. This has been healthy because allows me to identify where we're standing, and on the other hand, that there's so much to do, and also to participating in Casa Refugiados as the executive director at the moment. I am currently working on my PhD degree at UNAM in a school next to social work, and my research is focused in the right for refugees in Mexico City, a paradox between the conditions of the local integration and the confrontation against the challenge of inequality and the huge debt of social inclusion. I know this is a long title, but let's move to the next slide, please. This is the two questions that are trigger questions. That one of them is, what is the ideal purpose, and what is the challenge or the objective in the short run? What is the main, as they mentioned, the main contribution? Migration suddenly becomes it's sort of an idealized item, a complex item where the conceptualization, although it is important, sometimes it's filled with values, and sometimes against those values tend to become into rights, and then that is when you need to pay close attention to those rights. It's something, it's more of a social construction. So certain words such as solidarity, most of the population that we are accompanying those migrants, we take it for granted, but we know that this is a right as well. And we have to be make sure that all people who live in the country with uh, rule of law, with different instruments that are able to acknowledge this have rights, universal rights. And I would like to talk about a quote from Jorge Duran that how the migration pattern makes reference to characteristics and the modalities that are distinguished by the different processes and spaces. Um, Something that has been shared, and I think it's important to highlight, is that Mexico, as a country with mixed migration fluxes, it doesn't have final data. I don't know if we will ever have a final data. There is a migration flux. It's probably minor. Someone may say that it's a minuscule proportion, that it's those who are requesting asylum in Mexico. We have the numbers that are the Mexican Commission for Helping Refugees, the COMAR. As you notice, the study was focused in the teal colored numbers. You can notice how there is an exponential growth and the migration flux in this particular population. However, this does not reflect the capacity of the institutions to respond. Now, if you can change to the next slide, the idea is to we need to analyze this from the academia. It has to be, of course, an empirical research, but of course, with a theoretical projection where we can tackle concepts such as integration. First of all, we need to group all the rights that the refugees are entitled to have, but sometimes the lines are illuminated. And these are concepts that were created more than 7 years ago. And some people criticize these concepts because they do not respond. And this is one of the questions. Not necessarily respond to the realities, it's very different realities, at least under the international protection definition. And that's the reality in one of these centers. We have to do some sort of realliance among the population to make sure that the concept that we have of a refuge is significant to the population or not. Now, the debate is quite broad. I have more information, and I know that we have a limited time, so I'm going to make it as brief as possible. So I'm going to focus on some of the concepts. From all the concepts that can include the refugee concept, first of all, is the local integration. Local integration has different components. There's no single structural definition. However, there are many topics that are entailed in migration, but there are certain components of this migration that actually I'm going to conduct a study in Mexico City, where this is where I go back to the paradox of this research, because you have to understand that the northern countries have a very um, greater capacity to identify towards their migration, not particularly those through the refugees, but the countries from the south. I have to include Mexico in that group. Where certainly there's some sort of a blind spot. However, we do have a legal instrument that is precious, the local constitution of Mexico City. It has one of the three articles that are uh, pivotal to understand what an intercultural city is, a global and inclusive city. I'm not going to read the articles because of the lack of time, but it's very important because there's where the paradox uh, is highlighted. Because the governments on the north, they have a certain structure and they do have some certain type of response when it comes to the constitution. Down here, we have to elaborate a diagnostic how cities as Mexico City are self-denominated as sanctuary cities, they do have some certain indications of how many people are working, what is their income, what is their level of housing, and I could spend 10 more minutes talking about the factors, but mostly the responsibility is to document the reality of the people who are actually living in Mexico City. That is not within the humanitarian context. Mexico City doesn't recognize these groups as a part of a people who require a response, a humanitarian response. When we compare this with the countries on the north, there's a blind spot there. And well, that is all for today. I would like to thank everyone. This is still a work in progress. If someone would like to share any aspects, this is
Muchas
my email. So
gracias,
thank you all. Greetings. So
director
thank you,
Talavera.
Director
Eh,
Talavera.
ya estamos sobre el
We
tiempo.
are over time,
Algunos de
unfortunately.
nuestra
I
audiencia, si
would
tiene
like to
alguna
suggest if
pregunta
some of the
para
audience
alguno de
members has any
uno de nuestros
questions to
panelistas,
one of our
este es buen momento,
panelists,
por
it
favor.
is a good time to make that question.
Atrévanse,
I dare you to ask a question.
decídanse.
Please, pretty
¿No?
please, make a question. No?
Muy bien.
Very well.
Yo le rogaría
I
a
would
Chelsea
ask
Sánchez
Chelsea
que nos
Sanchez
dé
if
de
she
lo
could
posible menos
give us
de
at
un minuto y
least less
medio
than a
su
minute
despedida,
her
algún mensaje importante
any
respecto a
important
su
message
tema
regarding
y
her
sobre
topic
todo su visión
and also
de
her
hacia
vision
dónde
to
podríamos a
where
corto
we
plazo
can go in a short
lograr
term to
una
achieve
mejor respuesta,
a
un
better
compromiso,
response and a
un
better
proceso
commitment, a
muy, muy
process
cercano donde
that
ella
can
pueda
be
estar participando
somewhere that she
o
could
sobre todo ella
participate,
pueda estar
also
aportando en su trabajo
somewhere
social en
where
particular
she can
hacia la
provide her
disciplina y
service
hacia
through
las
social
comunidades
work,
inmigrantes.
her discipline
Adelante,
and the
Chelsea.
migrant communities. Chelsea, you have the floor.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
So
Human
human
trafficking
trafficking
is
is
really
really
important
important
because
because
when we are talking about the migration population, as I'm sure everyone is aware, people
people
migrate for a
migrate for a
variety of
variety of
reasons:
reasons.
poverty, violence, war. And so when I'm thinking about the TVPA, the law that we have in the United States, one of the eligibility requirements is that you have to have been brought to the United States for the purpose of trafficking. And so I think that's just really limiting. That's just a very limited perspective because people, like we said, migrate for a variety of reasons. So we're kind of just limiting their ability to receive the immigration relief that they
That they
need.
need.
And
And
so
so
yes, I just think understanding our
our
policies
policies
will
better
help
will
just
help just
inform how can we help people in the way that they need to be helped and not limit
not
them
limit them
to
to
um, and
um,
keep them
keep
from the
from the
services
services
that
that
they
they
need.
need.
And
And
so
so
one way that I think that we can do that is just by putting pressure on our policymakers and just advocating for understanding better the reasons why people migrate and then how that makes them vulnerable to human trafficking. And for me, that's particularly in the United States. But again, marginalized populations across the world are the people who are most vulnerable to human trafficking.
Thank you, Chelsea. I see you home in Mexico.
Yes, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chelsea. Uh, Jenny Carmen Cabrera, por favor, algún mensaje breve final, si es tan amable.
Gracias. Sí, pues el mensaje breve es que ahorita que hablaba el maestro Talavera
Professor Talavera,
de la interculturalidad,
when it comes to
precisamente desde el trabajo social se puede
interculturality
abordar
on
desde este
social, where
enfoque,
you
desde la
can
interculturalidad, más
tackle this
planteado sobre migración,
issue,
¿no? Porque, por
mostly
ejemplo,
when we're
algunas
talking
otras,
about
por ejemplo, en
migration,
Tijuana,
particularly in the border region
comunidades
as
están
Tijuana.
instaladas desde hace mucho, no es
The
nuevo, ¿no? Y
interculturality
justo
is
con gente de la
something
misma
that is nothing new.
por ejemplo, en
And
Tijuana hay gente
in Tijuana,
de
there are
Chiapas, de
people
Oaxaca,
who are
de
from
Guerrero,
Chiapas,
que
Oaxaca,
precisamente
Guerrero, that
Tijuana
are
y esta
actually
sociedad
in
se
Tijuana,
mueve
and the
se mueve
society is
culturalmente, ¿no?
moving,
Debido a las
culturally
tradiciones y a
moving
las
as well,
costumbres.
because of their
Entonces, y el trabajo
traditions and
social lo que
customs.
puede hacer y
So
lo
in
que
social
puede
work, one can achieve, and when I have done with this thesis, is to um, focus from this perspective, because social work has to um, analyze what has been done, and also we have to be prepared to for this type of migration phenomena that this societies, intercultural societies, are being created, such as the fluxes from Haiti or Central America. So first, to tackle issues, first we have to um, view them from the intercultural perspective and understand it from this within the scope of social work.
Gracias.
Jenny, thank you very much.
María de la Luz,
María de la Luz,
María del Sagrario,
María del Sagrario,
¿algún mensaje final?
any final message?
Con toda confianza. Va. María del Sagrario. Adelante.
Bueno, con base en nuestra experiencia en el albergue,
Based on our experience in the shelter, and and because we had this work, the field work and the application of the instrument, we realized that, as other people have commented, that we were asking things that maybe in a visible manner were there present, like health conditions, like the situations of the people who are migrant, but we didn't ask for the reason of their migration. So among the talks with us, yes, some people will tell us, and we had an idea of what of the reason why they left their country, but to be honest, with this experience and diagnostic, we didn't take that into account, which is also valuable. And somehow to be able to create an instrument and of course apply it, sometimes we as researchers, and since we see them as migrants from different countries, many times the vocabulary are different. So we have to consider or take into account that if we're going to perform the interview, we are going to, or we are going to question or ask any question, we are going to take into the consideration the situation in which they are in. Sometimes they will tell us, we don't go to access health services. And we will say, you know what, that is wrong. You shouldn't do that. And to be honest, we have to take into account in which conditions they are, where their conditions are, that is an obstacle for them to access health services. So this is how we can tackle whatever is going on
Muchas
in the
gracias,
country.
María del Sagrario.
Thank you very much.
Gerardo Talavera, por favor,
Gerardo
algún mensaje
Talavera,
final.
please, doctor, a final message.
Muchísimas gracias. Pues solo creo que en esto les cambio
Thank you
un
all.
poco
And the
la
only thing that
tanto la
everything that
experiencia
has
que
been
nos platica
said
por allá también
from my
anda
experience with
José
Casa
Luis,
Refugiados, I know that Jose Luis,
entender
good old Jose Luis, is right
pues
there.
primero
I
nuestro
would like
reto,
to, first of all,
es algo
acknowledge
súper
the
importante entender que pues en
the
nuestro
problems that we
alcance
have,
limitado de la
because
investigación
we
y
have a
de todo lo
limited
que compone
reach
el crear
um,
comunidades, pues
when we
tenemos
are
sesgos y de
creating
ahí tenemos que partir a
communities. We have a
crear
bias,
comunidades
so we have to
donde las
create new
oportunidades en lugar de
communities with
paliarlas en las
global realities and
oportunidades de desigualdad que hay que reconocer.
complexities.
Yo pensaría que ahí
And
también hay muchísimos
I
logros,
think
también
that
una gran serie que
also
felicitar, además de
we
la
have
invitación,
to
pues por
congratulate
de la Escuela de Trabajo
our
Social
invitation, the invitation
a
for the
presentar a las
National School
personas
of
que están
Social
viendo
Work,
en
or
la
of
ciudad,
those
independientemente de sus componentes,
um,
un espacio
who are
para
seen on
profesionalizar y saber
migration as space, as an opportunity to professionalize. So thank you.
Siempre con ustedes y
Yes, and
muchas
always,
gracias.
we will always
Son
be with you, and thank you all
realmente sorpresas muy
from deeper of my
importantes
heart.
para
And
el
we
trabajo
have some
social
great
con el programa
surprises
Casa
for
Refugiados. Muchas
social
gracias al
work
maestro
when
José
it comes
Luis
to Casa
Loera
Refugiados.
por su
Thank you,
presencia y por
Professor
acompañarnos
Jose
también en
Luis
estos
Loera,
procesos en espíritu y
for
muy
being here
consciente.
in
Muchas
spirit.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Quisiera
I would
dar la
like
palabra a Camille
to give the
Morjún,
floor to
Edith Reinaga o
Camille
Noemí Rosales,
Morjun,
las
Noemi
diferentes
Rosales,
speakers
and
tomaron
Edith
la palabra
Reinaga.
final, por favor,
Any of you
explicar
would like
sus
to
intervenciones.
talk about your participation?
Sí, gracias.
Yes, thank
Yo
you.
solo quería decir
I
que
only wanted to
la
say
importancia
that
de
The importance of what we shared today is of when we are in a position of translating and being interpreters, the importance of doing more than just translating, but also being a counselor or an advocate for the person, so the person can feel comfortable and confident of being able to answer to ask the questions, any doubts that they have, to be able to talk about them, to be able to receive the help that he needs to maximize. That's it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very
¿Alguien más
much.
de tu equipo o
Is
contigo
there
cerramos?
someone else on your team, or do we close to everything?
Quisiera
Yes, they had to leave, so
Muchas
okay.
gracias, muchas
Thank you.
gracias
Thank you
por
very much
asistir con
for,
nosotros.
for staying
¿Tú
with
eres
us.
Edith?
You're Edith or Noemi?
Noemí Rosales. Muchas
Noemi
gracias.
Rosales. Thank you very much,
Muy bien.
Noemi.
Antes de seguir ya
And
con las
before
últimas
continuing
dos
with the last two
intervenciones,
interventions,
quisiera dar la palabra al doctor Luis Torres,
I
si
would
es tan
like
amable.
to give the floor to
Entiendo que quiere
Luis
hacer un comentario
Torres.
con toda
Dr. Luis
confianza, por
Torres,
favor.
I believe you want to add a comment.
Sí, por favor, mira, acércate si eres tan amable. Aprovechemos tu roquera para que salga mejor así, de corazón.
Típicamente proyecto muy bien, pero no me escuchan en la cabina.
But they don't hear me in the cabin.
Nada, simplemente quería
Well, the only thing is that I wanted to congratulate all the students that shared their experiences with us, the theses, the masters or bachelors, and the doctoral dissertations and the experiences of volunteering, and to invite the students here in the School of Social Work and the students who are online to take in action, to take action and join your professors who are doing the investigation work, and take advantage of the experiences of the professional practices and the volunteer work that you're doing to provide or give more voice of the experiences of these brothers and sisters in the process of migration, and continue providing visibility to all those experiences. I know sometimes we're afraid or we are shy, but we are together in this. So we have to take action. So congratulations to the presenters. And next time I want to see a lot of you in the Valley of Rio Grande. Thank you. All roads take us to Rio Grande Valley for next year. So join us, please. Prince, please. Habla, Prince.
Prince, do you hear me?
Prince, ¿me escuchas?
Maybe.
¿Es posible que no esté disponible?
Prince,
Prince, ¿estás ahí? ¿Sí me escuchas?
micrófono. Ok. A ver si regresamos al final contigo.
Let's see if we can go back to
Elvia
you.
Yolanda, por
Elvia
favor,
Yolanda,
¿algún
please.
mensaje
Any
final?
final message?
Solamente felicitar
The
a
only
mis
thing is
compañeros por sus
congratulate
proyectos
my
de
colleagues
investigación,
for
de
their
que
research
qué
projects. To be honest,
orgullo
I'm
que como
proud
estudiantes se
that
tomen
as
estas
students,
iniciativas.
they are
Y
taking these initiatives,
pues hacer la invitación a que
and
todas
to
estas
invite you
investigaciones
to make all
retomemos
these
el desarrollo que hemos
investigations,
dejado por ahí
to retake the subject that we have
anteriormente no era
forgotten.
considerado una variable en la
Before,
investigación
this
científica,
wasn't
pero
considered as a
en las últimas
variable
décadas
of scientific
nos ha dado
investigation, but in the past few decades,
estos resultados de
it
que
has
tiene un impacto
provided
fuerte. Entonces,
these
solamente la invitación
results
para que
of a big impact.
al ser humano
So
en
I
su
invite you
totalidad.
to let them be human in the total sense of the word. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Elvia Yolanda.
Thank you,
Prince,
Elvia Yolanda.
please.
And Prince, please.
Okay.
Okay, well,
yo ya me callo y ahora vamos con
I'm going to stay
licenciada Ana
quiet
Karen.
and then Anna Karen.
Bueno, pues a mí en verdad me
So,
parecieron muy
to be
interesantes
honest,
todas
I
las
think
participaciones que
all the
tuvimos el día de hoy
presentations were
y veo
very
que este
interesting,
análisis
and I see that this
de la migración
analysis
tan compleja
of
nos da dos
the
áreas de
complex
oportunidad.
migration
La
gives us
primera
two areas
es
of
considerar la
opportunity. The
interdisciplina,
first
el
one is to
trabajo
consider
holístico e integral,
interdiscipline,
que no se puede
the
ver en un solo
holistic
espacio, sino que es
immersion
trabajo
work. We
conjunto
cannot
entre
see this from
necesidades,
only
un
one
conjunto de
point.
personas
This is
expertas en
in need
migraciones
of
para dar
a lot
diferentes
of people
programas
who work
a los
together
proyectos y a las
and projects
intervenciones.
and ideas and
El segundo,
interventions that
en
can
este
be
espacio
together to continue
nos
with this project.
entra
And the second one
toda
is
la
in this
información, todas las
space, we
oportunidades
cannot
posibles
see
desde
all
lo
the
académico,
options
las
or
personas,
all
las razas
opportunities that are
civil,
possible
las
from academia,
organizaciones
the civil
religiosas, todos
organizations,
aquellos que
religious
tenemos el mismo
organizations,
fin,
etc.
que es tratar de
Everyone has the
reconstruir,
same
como
goal,
bien dice el
that
título,
is
nuestra
to
regional,
reconstruct,
estos
like the
procesos
title of this
migratorios y las
regional conference
dificultades que enfrentan las
has
personas.
is
También quiero recordar que
the
trabajo social
migration
por parte
concepts
de
and the
las
difficulties of
ciencias
people.
sociales
And
es
also I want
aplicado
to
en
say
todas
that
las investigaciones, en
everything
todas las
that is
herramientas
part
para
of
funcionar
social
como,
sciences is applied.
como todo
So
aquello
all
que
the
tenemos para
areas have
proceder a
the
la
tools
intervención.
to
No podemos
apply
irnos
all
como
of these
dice
presentations or these
Yolanda,
investigations. We
observadores
cannot
intelectuales,
we cannot
sino
be
pasar al
intellectual
ejercicio,
observers
pasar a
like
donde está
Miguel
la
Miranda said.
necesidad y llegar al
We
campo
have to
donde hemos
continue and
precisado en
exercising whatever
sociedades
we
tan
learned from
complejas
this
como la que
and go to
tenemos
the
hoy y
field
que
and
enfrentan
apply
personas que ahora
the
transformamos la
investigations that we saw
pandemia,
today
diferentes
with the
problemas estructurales que
with the
enfrenta México
complex
y el mundo en
consequences
general,
that this can
pues
bring.
tendríamos
And
grandes
also
resultados
we
en cuanto a
understand
la
we can
participación
analyze
migratoria.
why Mexico
Por
and
mi
the world
parte
in
sería
general
todo,
is
ojalá
suffering from this
que
at the moment. But if
todos
we
nos
apply
hagamos la
what we learned
dedicación para
on the
encontrar
field, it's going to
nuestras
be better.
habilidades
Thank you
y
again,
academia
everyone, and I
se
hope
atienden
this
en
can
otros espacios.
be a
Gracias, que tengan buena tarde.
continuance of the work that we have ahead. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.